can the minister state how many vehicles are expected to be bought with this sum and for who?
Honorable Minister.
There are a number of vehicles, 2, 3, and there are 11 vehicles on the list, including 2 SUV, presidential guard, 1 sedan, 2 buses, 15-seater, 2 pickup, presidential guard, and 4 vehicles for the ministry. That is the Office of the President, which is trying to update some old vehicles that they have.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Han.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, just confirm that all of the vehicles that are going to be bought is for the Office of the President's suite. The fleet, not suite, sorry, fleet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the
Mr.
question.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, project code 1702300. Men on Mission Program. A sum of $500 million is budgeted for this project code. Can the Honorable Minister say to this House, what are the enhanced human and social development that this sum will facilitate?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Member Ganesh Mahipal. The 500 million here is to deal with a number of initiatives under the Men on Mission, particularly community works, like you've seen, the building of homes for very, very indigent persons, as well as working on community projects, that is sports fields and so on, or sporting activities that will help, and vocational training, social counseling, etc., that would help people, particularly focusing on issues affecting men, as you know, life expectancy, mental health, and education, as well as addressing domestic violence.
Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Member, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, with reference to the building of homes, community work, and enhancement of sport facilities and so on, can the Honorable Minister specify what criteria will be used to assess so as to ascertain the urgency of need in terms of especially these constructions of homes and so on? Is there a format where people can apply for assistance and the Men on Mission will do an assessment? Is there that kind of arrangement?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Mahipal, I think that you may have seen the conditions under which a number of the very elderly lived in horrible, horrible conditions, and that those persons were addressing people who were living in very bad conditions and too poor to be able to help themselves. And so there's no criteria, as you said, in relation to, as you asked, in relation to sporting facilities, etc. But if one goes into a community and there are a number of social problems where interventions could help to address these concerns, the Men on Mission would do that. You also know the Men on Mission have their own body that makes decisions for them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. I understand what the Honorable Minister is saying, but in an instance like this, I would like to believe that for prudent financial management and proper spending of taxpayers' money, and in this sense, $500 million, I'm of the opinion that there should be an assessment team to ascertain on a needs basis the assistance for our residents and citizens. Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree that there are elderly people that need assistance, but similarly, there should be some assessment, prudent financial management, and proper spending of the taxpayers' money to assist the people who are in need. Can the Honorable Minister say if they are going to establish a secretariat or some management committee to do that level of assessment so that the money is spent not on selective purpose, but rather on a needs basis?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is a body that is managing the men on mission. These are made up with very high and reputable leaders of our country, the head of the army, the head of the police, a number of pastors, I believe, a number of civil society representatives, so that these are the persons who will make decisions on the usage of the money. And if I know Pierre Sabina and the Office of the President well enough, that they will make sure that financial propriety is managed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank you. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the structure in place for this Men on Mission program? I heard her saying that there are a number of reputable persons managing this program. So may I ask, who is the head of the program, who's the deputy head, who is the secretary, who's the treasurer, and what is the hierarchical structure of this newly established program where we're asking taxpayers to fund with $500 million?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a new initiative, and as I said, it is led by, it is not airy-fairy, sir. This is a men on mission. You know, maybe you're too young, but there have been many attempts over the years to get men involved in advocacy on domestic violence, sexual violence, which my colleague on the other side, Mrs. Lawrence, would be familiar with, for example. And many of these have been fleeting and not held their ground for long. This is the first time we have a very powerful organization, and not to use it as a formal organization, but a coming together of men in our country, over 1,000 men in each region, who are involved in responsible parenthood, responsible lifestyles, being opposed to domestic violence and sexual violence, and recognizing their role in the community to play a more active role in terms of caring and reaching out to people who are less fortunate. So it is a new initiative. It is led right now, as I said, by the head of the Guyana Defense Force, the head of the Guyana Police Force, the number of religious leaders of Islam, Hinduism, Christianity, and a number of other leaders. This is a very broad-based, led by a very broad-based body of people that are involved with it. And as it gets on, it will take on greater structures and frameworks and so on. However, at this point, they are doing important work in raising the image of our men, which I'm sure you agree with, Mr. Duncan, and that in terms of men playing a more important role in building society. Any of us as women having meetings in communities, the majority of people who turn out are women. Women are engaged. Women want to come and find out what's going on. Our men have been somehow lagging back. This brings men, 1,000 for every region, on board to make a powerful movement of men deciding and playing a greater role in the issues that confront them as men themselves, as well as society. So the money is to deal with some of these issues. You know, I mean, the criteria for the elderly and the indigent, I don't know what criteria you want. If someone is having a latrine, so they're available. Someone living in a tarpaulin is available. Come off of it. These are very, very poor people who are living under terrible conditions. We must have a humanitarian view instead of trying to clock everything by criteria. If you find a woman living in terrible conditions, abandoned, don't we want to lift her up? Don't we want to lift an old man up? Or are we losing our humanity? So I believe that the men on mission with $500,000 can bring in a number of programs that can make people's lives better, and including their own, We want our men to be able to deal with their health issues. We want our men to be able to deal with improving their education. We want our men to not pummel women, to not be beating women as we have in our society. And this is part of the objective of Men on Mission. So I understand where Mr. Mayapal is coming, but let us give this movement that is not old, it's recently started, let it give it its chance to take a form and organization. What will happen automatically with $500 million is that the fiduciary oversight will be done and will be scrutinized by the Auditor General's office as per norm.
Thank you,
Mr.
Minister.
Chairman,
Honorable Member, Mr. Mayapal.
thank you, sir. And I must say that the whole lecture on good practice and humanitarian and so on is good. I support humanitarian practice also, and I support the fact that those who need help ought to be helped. But my concern, sir, is that we're asking the people of Guyana to put into a program 500 million Guyana dollars, and there seems to be no financial management in keeping with the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act for this money. So I ask the Honorable Minister again, who sits on the Public Accounts Committee with myself, who spends time to scrutinize the expenditure of government in keeping with the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, the Procurement Act, the Stores Regulations, and all the other laws that governs the finances of this country. What is the established structure that is in place for the disbursement of this fund, and what is being used to assess who will get the help? Is it just that these reputable men in the name of the GDF head, the Guyana Police Force head, the spiritual leaders and so on, is it that they just choose a community to go into and see somebody who is vulnerable and make an assessment and decide to build? Or is it that they're going to give the opportunity of doing a proper assessment of areas in different regions? Will this, and another question to follow up on that, sir, this $500 million, is there a cap where they will say 100 million for region 1, 100 million for region 2, or is it just isolated to one region? All those are concerns, sir, because all across this country, there are poor people who need assistance. So what system do we have to cater for the poor and vulnerable, as opposed to this ad hoc manner?
Mr.
Honorable Minister,
would you mind if I sit down more?
just before you answer, yes, you can sit and answer the question. We have had a good speech there by the Honorable Minister to ask 2 questions. And I would ask the persons asking questions to be very succinct with their question rather than making speech. In fact, Mr. Mayapal went into some speculation too. So, Honorable Minister, you may sit and attempt to and answer the 2 questions which were asked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is capital. We're looking at the capital allocation in the budget under Office of the President for Program 01. And therefore, this is a capital issue. A number of these issues relate to policy, and I would therefore suggest to the honorable members that the policy questions you're asking can probably go in questions to the ministers so that you're able to respond in more detail to these issues. In terms of the fiduciary oversight, which was asked for by Mr. Mayapal, any use of the capital money in the Office of the President must go through the normal process that are covered by the Procurement Act, the financial laws, and the FMAA. So that some of the concerns that Mr. Mayapal has, I think, will be addressed by that. And I wish to remind Mr. Mayapal that we looked at the audit performance record during the COVID vouchers, which was supposed to give 11,000 people vouchers during the COVID in 2020. and that 9,000 never received any, and there's no documentation to show for that. So I do understand where Mr. Maipaul is coming from. Having come from that past, I would understand why he's highly suspicious of an allocation like this. But I wish to assure Mr. Maipaul that we are not the same as you are. Now, I don't mean that you personally, Mr. Maipaul. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Thank you
Mr.
very much,
Chairman.
Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Member, Mr. Maip.
Thank you. Just to remind Honorable Minister that I am Honorable Mahi.
You're asking a question or you're reminding her about something?
But I didn't hear she
Ask
say
a
Honorable
question,
Mahipol.
please. We're not
And
going to
sir-
encourage an exchange of policy statements here. You can ask a question of a policy question with respect to what the money, but reminding is another issue. Do you have another
I was ju-
question?
Thank you, sir. I was just saying to her that Honorable Mahipol. I didn't hear her saying Honorable.
My
Honorable
deepest
Mahipol.
apologies, Mr. Maipaul.
And,
My
and
deepest
secondly, sir,
apologies.
is
You
there
are
what-
most honorable.
Sir, may I ask the minister what caused her or her ministry or her government to come to this cap of $500 million? What caused that? What factor was used or what?
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Can she pull down the mic, please, sir? I wasn't hearing her clearly.
Oh,
just now.
sorry. Yeah, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker, the figure I understand that came up was by the, remember this is covering several regions of Guyana, that this was a projection of the kind of work that could be done in the year of 2023 by a number of the projections. So these are projections. Obviously, if the money is not used, it will be returned to the Consol Fund. If the money is used, we can then assess how well it has been used for the benefit of our people.
Thank you, Honorable
Mr.
Minister.
Chairman. My final question, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you. Can the minister say how much from this sum will be allocated to regions 4, 7, and 10, respectively?
Honorable Minister.
I'm afraid, most honorable member, I have no such information to share with you.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Sir, a follow-up. Can the honorable minister say whether monies from this 500 million will be spent in regions 4, 7, and 10?
I assume that the male members of this House who are from 4, 7, and 10 are also involved with Men on Mission, and therefore they can have a great influence on what happens in regions 4, 7, and 10. I would sincerely hope that the honorable men of this House, particularly on the other side, see it as their duty and responsibility as leaders, male leaders of our country, to join Men on Mission, so that we can have the male leaders of our country be very active and to have a say in how some of this money is being used in your respective communities.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you.
I know I told you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on Men on a Mission, sir. The Honorable Minister, given that Men on a Mission, it's not a constitutional agency, it is not, this allocation is not given under subsidies to local organization. When we are doing capital budgeting, is the Honorable Minister saying that when budgeting for Men on a Mission, they use a different system as against these are the things we want to do in 2023, and now you're just saying, oh, we're just going to put this money here, and whatever comes up, that's how we're going to be spending it, because it's a capital expenditure, and of such, every detail should have been accounted for to arrive at $500 million.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a program which has a work program which was developed by the leaders of it and which has come up with an estimate and a projection for $500 million. The capital works, most of this is capital works. In terms of the areas of as I said, housing, the housing for the indigent, programs, etc. So that this is allowing the body to have access to funds and obviously will be accountable. There's a work program looking at region by region, what are the interventions that are needed? Some may be soft, and I cannot answer if there's a choice of putting $500 million under local, because it's not an organization like civil society bodies or other state bodies. This is a program that has been started as an initiative. So it does not have does not fulfill the same criteria as when you give subventions to organizations. Therefore, the only place to put it was under capital. And therefore, there's a work program that looks at it, and the money will be accessed in keeping with the financial laws and regulations of our country.
Thank you, Minister.
But if there are other questions you have on policy, you're welcome to put questions to the minister after the budget.
Honorable Member Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Men on a mission, because I'm noticing the minister's response as saying why it's not listed on the subsidies to local organization and so forth. So my question is this registered? Is this a registered body? And if so, where is it registered? Under what program?
I think, Mr. Speaker, I made it very clear this is a program, not an organization. It's an initiative. It's a program to try in the first instance to bring people together, in particular men together, to get them to play a more meaningful role and leadership role in our society, particularly the community levels. So it may turn in, Honorable Member Finance, into an organization. It may, but at this point it is a program with a particular objective, which is emerging as it develops. The main thing was to get 1,000 men involved in every region across the political divide, hopefully across the religious divide, across the gender divide, across the ethnic divide, and that it has succeeded in bringing to the fore. I'm sure there are other steps and stages will take place, but this is where we are now. So it is not an organization, it's not a registered organization, it is a program.
Just one follow-up.
Honorable Member.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister said in her response prior that the majority of this money is for capital expenditure. What portion of this is for capital expenditure and what portion is not for capital expenditure?
Honorable Minister.
I'm advised that all is for capital.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 11 Office of the President, Administration, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 38 and 39. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Office of the President, Program 012, Policy Development and Presidential Advisory Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Han.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I might line item 6321, but I'd like for some clarification from the minister. Can you say whether the institute that is spoken of on page 16 of volume 2 on the indicators is the Institute of Applied Sciences and Technology, because it just says institute? I just want to clarify that.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Go ahead, Honorable.
Volume 1 on page 470 shows that the IASC received 255 million in 2022 and is budgeted to receive 270 million this year. After looking at the IAST website and news agencies, there's nothing that shows what they were doing over the last 3 years almost. So can the minister state whether whether IST has started any new project or intends to start any new project that would require them to be awarded even an increase in this subvention this year?
Honorable Minister.
The increase in the ISD budget is mainly due to the increase in the capital budget. Yeah, and that, sir, the main cost, the largest cost in that figure for budget in the capital of 47,900,000 is 34,365,000 for analytical lab system at the UG campus, Turkine. This will allow for more diversified tests so that samples in mining, agri, oil and gas from clients do not have to be sent overseas, and at least 3 persons are already trained to use the equipment. So these are not the same tests being done by other agencies. These are different, and this would allow for what you call income revenue generation by the IAC. So out of the 47.9 million, 34.3 is basically the lab system, analytical lab system.
Thank you, Minister.
I don't know if that helps.
Honorable members, Honorable
Mr.
Member, Ms.
Chairman.
Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will ask the minister to look at line item 33011100. This is a provision to lands and survey, and we are told that they will be opening new lands for agriculture, industrial, housing, and other developmental purposes. Could the minister indicate where are we going to see these new lands opening for these 3 purposes? Which regions?
Honorable Minister.
Missing something. Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the lands that they are being addressed here have to do with what registration of lands that have been waiting for quite a while. These are in Region 1, Region 7, Bush, and so on. So it is a very specific area working with land court to be able to rectify, regularize these lands. These are not, as far as I'm told, these are not lands dealing with housing or anything like that. These are people who have private land, have been occupying it for a long time, and have been waiting between the land court and the lands and surveys to regularize and complete the process. So this has nothing to do with housing or anything like that. This is all private land.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable Member, Ms.
if I
Lawrence.
may,
Yes.
just to guide the minister to the legend, there are 2 things that they're going to do. One is the land regularization, which you just spoke of. And the first one says opening of new lands for agriculture, industrial, housing, and other developmental purposes. Am I to believe that that is incorrect?
No, sir. No, madam. No. I believe that both from the budget they put forward, these relate to also new opening of lands that might be used for agriculture, etc. So there are 2 aspects of the lands and surveys, as far as I'm aware. This does not include Amerindian land titling. It does not That's dealt with in a different way. It does not deal with, it's not dealing with state land, but they are dealing, for example, Montchoisy and Willemstad, these are lands that have been identified for this process in this period.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Maipo, Honorable Member.
thank you, sir. I turn the minister's attention to line item 6116, contracted employees. I see there's an increase there of about 38 million plus. Would the Honorable Minister please be kind to share with this House the top 3 designation for contracted employees and their total remuneration package, please?
Honorable Member, the 6116 contracted employees was 95 last year, 95 this 2023, and therefore there hasn't been an increase in the number of staff under 6116. And the top 3, so there's been no increase, but there have been increases with the 8%. The top 3 would be the director of the Guyana Technical Training College, the Commissioner CEO of Guyana Lands and Surveys Commission, and the National Security Advisor, and the Deputy Commissioner, Deputy CEO, Guyana Lands and Surveys Commission.
Can we have the total remuneration package, please, Mr. Chairman?
You mean what they receive every month, or you're talking about
yes,
annual?
Every month.
The director, GTTC Inc., 1.3, 1,360,800. Commissioner, CEO, Lands and Surveys, 1,155,600. National Security Advisor, 808,920. And the Deputy Commissioner, Deputy CEO, Lands and Surveys, 808,920.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 012 National Policy Development and Presidential Advisory Services. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, page 485. I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 012, National Policy Development and Presidential Advisory Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 012, National Policy Development and Presidential Advisory Services capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please let us turn to pages 40 and 41. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Office of the President, Program 013, Defense and Security, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the minister indicate which new sites they will be putting this security at? I'm talking about 6281 on page 41. I note it has moved from 7.9 million to 21+ million dollars.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Lawrence, this figure 62, what's it, 6281 deals with security for the NISA building itself, with having proper security there, armed security.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you, sir. 6116 contracted employee. Would the Honorable, I see there's an increase of 13 from 4. Would the Honorable Minister please provide a designation of the top 3 employees, contracted employees, under this line item and their monthly remuneration package, please?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this has to do with the hiring of a number of analysts for the NISA, so that one has a Defense Board Officer 1, Defense Board Officer 2, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 analysts, all paid $152,420 per month.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the line item 6294, there's a heavy increase there of over $100 million and more. Could the Honorable Minister...
Sorry, I can't hear you well, Honorable Member.
6294.
If the Honorable Minister can please give us at least an understanding of this significant increase of over $100 million.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, you know what NISA is, and you know what NISA's terms of reference are. And so it's a National Intelligence Security Agency, and that the reason for the variance and the request for increase is the increase in operational funding to conduct more operations along our borders, within our maritime zone, and across the spectrum of crime intelligence. So as you're aware that the border issues and border security, maritime security, further heightened, particularly now that we have oil and gas rigs out in our waters, etc. So these are to address a number of the heightened security concerns by NISA in terms of intelligence gathering and operations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Program 013, Defense and National Security, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 42 and 43. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just realizing.
Sorry, I missed the capital. Turn to page 485. Yeah, it's the line items as reflected in the document before us. Honorable members, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 13, Defense and National Security capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm looking at line item 2507900, and I note a substantial increase from 25 million to 120 million provided for furniture and equipment. Could you lay over a breakdown of the furniture and equipment in the National Assembly?
Honorable members are laying over requests.
Well, I can easily read them out. They're not that long. But a number of the equipment has to do with analyzing based on their responsibilities as the intelligence agency, but the majority of issues are basic office equipment, cubicles, air conditioner, cameras, file cabinets, fire extinguishers, etc. but there are some pieces of equipment that I believe would not be in the best
Understood.
interest to.
Understood,
I
Minister.
don't mind sharing it with Ms. Lawrence, but I would ask that,
Understood.
I would prefer
No,
that
that's
that not be circulated, which is a problem because every MP has a right to see when there's a request.
Thank you,
So I
Minister.
need your guidance on that.
Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence, there's some sensitive pieces of
Yes,
equipment
I do
which you
understand,
will have.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
I
much.
do. So I will not, I will withdraw from the laying over, but I would want to ask specifically whether any of this equipment is going to help us with our cyber crimes.
I
Honorable
believe
Minister.
that we're trying to improve our capability, but I don't think we have some capability, but we need to strengthen our capability in this area. Some of this may help as well, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 13, Defense and National Security Capital Expenditure. Stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. If we can turn to pages 42 and 43. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Office of the President, Program 014, Public Policy and Planning, current expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member Mr. Mayupon.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this program, Public Policy and Planning, has no staffing details. All are zero. But I see that there's sums of money allocated for different line items, speaking to 6221 to 6224. I also see a sum for local travel and subsistence at 6261 and some other line items there. May I ask the Honorable Minister who will be utilizing these sums of monies if there is no staffing details, no present staff for this program?
Honorable Minister.
And I do take into account, Honorable Minister, that through you, Mr. Chair, that this is the program where 318 million is going to go invest also. But they are separate, and that's an agency, a contribution to local organization. So who are the other monies that are budgeted here going to be spent by?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that there's staff at the Office of the President who would be involved in this program of public policy and planning in terms of execution of programs, including outreaches, stakeholder forums, etc., as well as where required, for example, hiring consultants on public policy strategies and development of strategic plans, so that there's been an increase in the budget, for example, under 6284 to allow for this, and including research and monitoring. So this includes staff that's already in the Office of President who will now be working on these issues.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to draw to your attention, given the answer by the Honorable Minister, that the indicators under this 014 public policy and planning has not applicable for monitoring of national developmental plan, etc. There's nothing there. Just want to bring that to her attention.
Oh, you
given
mean in
her
the
answer.
description?
But I
In
would,
the- in the
in the
description.
targets, in the targets.
Yes.
I would just like to turn my attention to 6321, local subsidies and contributions. All of this money is going to go invest, Mr. Chair. And there is just one target number 4, which reads number of new national projects developed, and it says 1. We have an increase. I don't know whether in the budget presented, what Go Invest would have said to the Honorable Minister that they would have been given this money. What is it we're going to see? What we can see jumping out at us in 2023 from Go Invest?
Honorable Minister.
If they're not here, the minister can lay over something.
No,
for
I
us.
just give me a minute. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Just hold on. Yes, thank you for waiting, Honorable Member. I'm advised that based on the several delegations that came to visit Guyana interested in investment last year, for example, Jamaica, Saudi Arabia, and what was the other one? Dubai. That now this year there'll be follow-up in terms of bringing these expressions of interest into greater organizational form with Go Invest. Follow-up, for example, with the offers and the interest, particularly in the oil and gas sector. So these three countries in particular will be focused on based on last year's discussions and delegations that came down.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I indicated.
Sorry. Go ahead,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am looking at the same indicators that were just spoken about. Number 4, which says number of new national projects developed. Mr. Speaker, for the target for 2023 is 1. 2022, 0 new national projects were developed, and I took the opportunity to look for 2021 and 2020, and all said that 0 new national projects were developed. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just trying to get some clarity from the minister as to whether this shows, if this is the indicator which shows that there have been no new national or new national projects being developed from 2020 to now, because it says 0 from 2022 and 2023, there's a hope that 1 new national project would be developed.
Honorable Minister.
These are only 2 new projects in 2022 now. Yeah, I'm advised that there are two projects that they're working on between 2022 and now, and those are the call centers for Tushin and Enmore.
Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Just to confirm that those projects have happened already. So is it the case that the indicators are wrong, that there have been no new national projects on board or completed or implemented since 2020?
They've been initiated but not completed.
Okay. So just for clarity also, these national projects being developed would be this is not just for the president, office of the president, but this is nationwide, right?
Yes,
Just to
it's
confirm.
Go Invest, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Go Invest is responsible for the whole country, yes. In terms of opportunities for investment and development, yes.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 014, Public Policy and Planning Capital Expenditure, sorry, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, to page 485. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 014, Public Policy and Planning Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Hadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm at 250-7900, purchase of furniture and equipment. Mr. Speaker, as was stated by the Honorable Minister, there and from the early part of Volume 1, there's no staff here. And so I'm just querying as to the purchase of furniture and equipment is for which office?
This is OP staff that is functioning under this program of public policy and planning. 4 computers and 4 laptops. That's what the 2.5 million comes to. And this is the same amount that was budgeted in 2022 for furniture and equipment, that is.
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Member Ms. Hadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification, the Honorable Minister stated earlier that the staff is already in offices under other programs and will just be assisting in these particular policies. So they should have furniture and desk in that particular program, and if there's any need, they would be able to get it under that program. So I'm trying to understand why it is that they now need more computers under this program, if they're just assisting in the analysis and whatever it is that they may need to do under policy.
Honorable Minister.
I mean, I did say at some point, maybe I wasn't clear enough, that they are also looking to hire persons and consultancies. If one looks at 6284, there's an increase in the budget from 26 to 30 million. And I did say this would be involved with hiring consultants to inform on public policy strategies and development strategic plans. This would also involve things like advertisements, broadcasts, etc. So there is provision for the additional persons to work in the field as researchers or as consultants. And that the key, and if you look at 6294, there's an increase there, which again deals with research and payment for research studies on socioeconomic development or development baselines, as well as this would be supporting the research and monitoring and evaluation unit. This has more to do with policy than development of policy or research to be able to guide government in making decisions.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Public Policy and Planning Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 44 and 45. And I propose a question that a sum stated for Agency 1 Office of the President, Program 015, Environmental Management and clients, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Mr. Ramsey.
Under the international subsidies to local organizations, I see the page 470, the identical sum last year for the Environmental Protection Agency, 668, 676. In view of the need for strengthening at that institution, in view of all the oil and gas and so on, wasn't there need for some extra monies for people here and the expertise to come into the EPA?
Honorable Minister.
A number of the issues raised by the honorable member, according to the EPA, we don't have to pay for certain services such as training, as there are existing mechanisms, the regional international relationship, that are paying for a lot of the training of staff from EPA. And in addition to that, the EIAs are paid for by the developers and not by the EPA. So there are two cost centers that are not catered, do not need to be catered in the budget by the EPA. The figures that they had last year has decreased, but part of this was because of there were a number of issues that related to flaring taxes, as you know. So the money, the revenue that came in, as you will see, under the revenue, $1.8 billion came in as revenue last year, and that this is the money the EPA got from the flaring tax that was introduced. So $1.8 billion, and therefore they did not cater, of course, for revenue because it's hard to project, but that they have not increased because they feel that they would be, they're not expected to continue with flaring as they did before.
Understand then that
Honorable
in
Member.
addition, sorry, Mr. Chairman, that in addition to this 676 million that EPA will have as a budgetary allocation from us in this National Assembly, their expenditures for the year would include that additional $1.8 billion. So it's 1.8 plus 676 million.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. The monies that you referred to, the 1.8 billion, will be accessible through the trust fund. So that they've also projected an increase, fines, fees that they will be able to access. So my understanding is this money will be available to the EPA.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Ramsden.
No.
Honorable members, I now put the honorable members, Dr. Cummings, and go ahead, Dr. Cummings. You're not, that was an accident? Okay. Honorable member, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the contracted employees, I see you have 6 contracted employees. Can the Honorable Minister say what are these contracted employees for? What specific?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, can we go back to, you're talking about 6116? Yes? Just give me a sec. These, just a second. Yeah, I've got it here. Just a second, yeah. This one, yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah. The 6, these are Renewable Energy Liaison Officer, 353,899. Climate Change Officer, 259, 659. Driver, 120,831. Project manager, PMO, 599,541. Science and technology officer, 440,345. Project manager, 433,350, totaling 2.2 million, and for the year, including gratuity allowances and NIS, this would come to 36,316,285.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable
Ramsuru.
Minister. I see in the appendix C, that's page 655. There's about 14,590,000 for training in the appendix C. And I know that there was a proposal for training of 46 members to be on the rig for like on site. I wanted to know if this money is sufficient or is part for those persons to do that training.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, the amount, just a second. What heading that was again? Would you mind reminding me?
Go ahead, Dr.
Oh, yeah.
Honorable
Okay.
Member.
Appendix D.
As I said earlier, that whatever they have international relations and regional relations with different institutes dealing with oil and gas, like in California, and a number of others who are providing training for our staff in oil and gas. And where this money may not be sufficient, then they would use this money. But they also have money from the trust fund, etc. So this is thought to be adequate for the needs at this point in case there are any other kind of training. I assume things like, if office staff needs training in sort of non-oil and gas things, for example, that they would need to upgrade staff in what are just in terms of normal day-to-day training of staff.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members. Honorable Member Ms. Hali.
Thank you. Just quickly, Mr. Speaker. At 6116, same contracted employees, can the minister state whether any of these employees are in charge of completing the integrated electronic data management system at EPA?
Honorable Minister.
No, those are no, I'm advised not.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member Ms. Hali, go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to volume 2 of the budget, it states that the percentage completion of that system is at 20% and has been there for a number of years. I'm just wondering whether any money was budgeted so that that could be completed, because it has a target of 100% again for this year.
Honorable Minister.
Okay. I'm advised that NDMA, all the data management issues are dealt with EPA and the NDMA. There was a previous contract and a review of the terms of reference, etc. And this contract has now been revised, rewritten with a new contract with NDMA in order to digitalize all the records.
Thank you, Honorable Member Ms. Hali.
Final question, Mr. Speaker. Is there a date or a deadline as to when this is now going to be completed? Do you expect this to be done by the end of this year?
It should be, I'm advised, by the third quarter of 2023, it should be finished. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 015, Environmental Management and Compliance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 486. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 015, Environmental Management and Compliance, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm at 440-3600, Guyana Protected Area Systems, where $350 million is budgeted. And it says here in the legend, provision for management of selected protected areas. Have those areas been selected as yet?
Honorable Minister.
And can you state where those areas are?
Microphone, Minister.
This is German funded program. Where do, there are three geographic locations, wetlands, conservancies, and Rupununi for this project in terms of the German funding that has been identified. Is this a new project?
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramchakan.
Yeah, has there been a concept?
These are new projects, I understand.
Yes, right, yeah, I understand. But has there been a concept document that we in National Assembly could be assisted with as to what it is that this 350 is going towards? Or an executive summary?
Yeah, those can be laid over if you wish.
Thanks.
This is the concept document for the German funded project, yes?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Arrange that to give it to me.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 15, Environmental Management and Compliance, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
PSCA.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 46 and 47, Police Complaint Authority. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Office of the President, Program 016, Police Complaints Authority, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence? No? Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 016, Police Complaints Authority, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 486. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 016, Police Complaints Authority, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 16, Police Complaints Authority, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let me thank the Honorable Minister and all the staff of the Office of the President and the agencies they're under for taking us through those estimates. At this time, let us invite the Guyana Defense Force to join the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance and invite you to turn to pages 286 and 287. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 53, Guyana Defense Force, Program 531, Defense and Security Support, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency for Program 531, Defense and Security Support, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 583. Sorry, 523. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 531, Defense and Security Support, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Chairman, project code 240-4600, air, land, and water transport. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the final payment for the offshore patrol vessel and aircraft? And can the Honorable Minister give some details pertaining to the other vehicles that are listed under this project code?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. On the Metal Shark OPV, this is multi-year. So far, the total cost is 2.4 billion, and that this has been paid, and a balance of what is for this year, 242 million and 23,000. For the Bell 4112 EPI, it's also multi-year. The total cost is 1.9 billion. Do you want me to give all the full figure? With 1.6 billion to be paid in this year. Is that clear?
Yes, and the other, there's some other.
Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
What's the third one?
Thank you very much, sir. I get that that's the final payment for the two vehicles. That's for the offshore patrol vessel and the aircraft. But listed in the sum of 2,010,522,000 also caters for vehicles, boats, and outboard engines. So if we can have some specifics there, if it can be laid over, that will be okay.
Yeah, but he's not asking about that. Are you asking for the balance on the 2 billion, or you're asking for the specifics on the vehicles that have been acquired? I'm not clear.
No, Comrade Chairman, I'm saying that from this 2 billion, 10,522,000, there is an amount of 1.6 billion that is for retention, for final payment, sorry. And there's also an amount of 242 million for final payment for the aircraft and for the offshore patrol vessel. the remainder of that sum, when you minus it to the remainder caters for vehicles, boats, and outboard engines, which is separate from the final payment of those two equipment.
Yeah.
So I'm asking for some specifics on the other equipment that falls under the line item.
And that's what I thought you were asking.
Honorable Minister.
So one Land Cruiser, 30 million, pickup double cab Land Cruiser, 34 million, pickup single cab Land Cruiser, 45 million, troops carrying truck, 4-ton, 30 million, outboard engine, 300 HP, the quantity is 2, 18.5 million, and this is for border territory, border areas, and a wooden boat at 1,021,000. That's the balance of the 2 billion after one extracts the 242 million for the OPV and 1.6 billion for the Bell 412.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Ramjitan.
Yeah, just one. I noticed in 280, 200, or 28, there has been a drastic reduction in provision for agricultural developmental initiatives by some $50 million. It was 80, and now it's 29 million. Any reason for that? Because we like our army to be self-sufficient in these items.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, remember, Honorable Member, that the last 2 years we were developing the processing plant, which would have caused an increase, as you would have seen in 2021 and 2022. But the plant is now finished and ready to operate. And therefore now the issue, we don't have to now address the issue of developing the agro-processing plant. What we have right now in the budget is construction of housing for small ruminants, pasture development for sheep and goats, development of 40 by 40 poultry pens and shade houses and farm projects coming up to the 29.5. So there's no diminution of agricultural, the focus on agriculture. Now they are at a stage where they can actually do agro-processing, which they couldn't have done before.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question.
One of the shade houses, by the way, the member might be interested, is at PK Secondary School, the dorm school.
Honorable members, I now put a question that some stated for Program 531, Defense and Security Support Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us all thank the Honorable Minister and the staff of the Guyana Defense Force for taking us through that here.
Come on up, guys. Finally, my ministry.
Honorable members, we can turn to pages 82 and 83. And the staff of the Honorable Minister's Ministry is joining her. While we wait, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, Program 061, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, line item 6284 orders. There's an increase from 91 to 99. Could the Honorable Minister indicate what has occasioned this increase?
Honorable Minister.
We're talking about program 1, right?
Yes.
Yes. Just a minute. This is the same amount basically as the last 2022 was a similar amount. This is slightly less by $500,000. This is relating to consultancies and international visitors, and we're hosting a conference, maintenance of a website. You may have visited our Human Rights Expo we had on December the 10th, and we intend to make that an annual feature so that the money that is catered for that will be adequate for us to deal with these activities. As I said, consultancies as well, to help in a number of the treaty reporting we have to do on anti-corruption and human rights from time to time.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 061, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please, honorable members, let us turn to page 492. And we are at program 061, Policy Development and Administration, capital expenditure. And I propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 1220-000, buildings. Could the Honorable Minister provide the information in terms of the payment of retention? Which building?
Honorable Minister.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we have $45,000 left, a retention on replacement of a number of the windows in the ministry building on New Garden Street. That's the only rollover that we have.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 061, Policy Development and Administration, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 84 and 85. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, Program 062, Parliamentary Affairs, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, line item 6284 order. It noted here that a sum of 1.5 million was allocated. In the revised sum, it indicates only 48 was utilized. We see now a request again for 1.5. Could the Minister explain?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it's correct. There was we were not able to spend the money. One was that we are working towards preparing a manual on parliamentary procedures to guide elected officials from local government, NDCs, and the general public, so they're more familiar with the way in which Parliament works, how they can access Parliament, in what ways. So it's more of a manual to help um, persons who, particularly at the local government level, are more familiar with the procedures and in what way there is a connection between Parliament and what they do. And in addition to that, to have annual workshops and training programs for members of staff as well as for parliamentarians.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, under other operating and expenses, I note that indicator number 2 shows a decrease in the number of bills that were passed and adopted by the House. It decreased from 34 to 30. I do recall the Honorable Minister, Attorney General had indicated to this House that he would be bringing in 2023 between 15 to 20 bills, and that is excluding the other ministries. So could the Honorable Minister explain to this House why the decrease in this year's bills motions that will be coming to the House? Bills.
These were, as far as I know, targets. The targets that were surpassed, we put targets for 2023. So that when you refer to that page 56, we put in the number of bills passed and committee recommendations. We put in the number of bills presented and the number of reports. They did not have in here distinctly which bills were enacted, because there are a number of bills right now in committee right now that have to be concluded. And so the fact that we made 72% of our own projection in terms of the matters before the House, these projections in 2023 are not very much different. The one area that is different is the number of reports submitted to the National Assembly by statutory bodies. We worked quite hard to improve the submissions, and we hope in the first half of the year that a lot of reports that have been outstanding will be brought to the House by the statutory bodies. But the number of bills, including, as you know, that all the bills have to go through the Attorney General's office, it doesn't matter which agency, all bills. And so while the Attorney General may quote the bills, they're not all his in that sense. They all go through him because they must go through him as Attorney General, and of course go through Cabinet. So that there are a number of bills that I think he called out when he was speaking that refer to other sectors. And there are others that still have to come in. So we would project that whilst there are probably about another 20 bills to come in this year, and maybe more depending on what bills we have to amend. There are a number of bills that have to be amended as well, which are not new bills like a number of those we had last year. So there are a number of areas we've found that there are amendments to be made. For example, just to mention one, the Allied Health Facilities, Allied Health Workers or Professional Act, which is under review, for example. So you have new bills and you have also ones that need amending.
Thank you, Minister.
And I would just add that a number of these bills must go before different consultations with civil society or what you call special interests, if they're private sector more than trade union or vice versa, as well as with areas of civil society.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 62, Parliamentary Affairs, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. In favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Page 492, honorable members. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 62, Parliamentary Affairs, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates.
Okay.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 62, Parliamentary Affairs, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 86 and 87.
Sorry.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 63, Governance, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, line item 6291. We see an increase, there was no allocation last year. We see an increase of $5 million. As well, I can double them. Line item 6293, refreshments and meals, of a figure here of $3 million. Could the Honorable Minister indicate what are the events that the ministry will be engaged in?
Yes, thank you very
Honorable
much,
Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones. 6291, you're correct, there was nothing in 2022. What we've included, the $5 million for this year, is that we are hosting the 9th annual meeting conference of the Commonwealth Caribbean Associations of Integrity Commissions and Anti-Corruption Bodies. That will be held in April this year. And so we are the host country for the Commonwealth Caribbean. And that will be, as I said, held in April. So that's the $5 million where we had to put in under other to cater for the hosting that conference. And we have increased the refreshments and meals because as a result of COVID, well, feeling that there was some flexing we could do with the COVID arrangements, that we are back meeting in situ at the National Mechanism for Follow-up of Human Rights, the National Coordinating Committee for Anti-Corruption Framework and Conventions, and the National Stakeholders Forum. So the fact that virtual allows us to save quite a bit of money, but when you have in situ meetings, we do have to maybe rent places for the meetings, and we have to cater for snacks and things like that. So that's why that money went up, including that we hope that for the conference that we're hosting with the Commonwealth, that we would be able to have like a nice reception or something for them. So that's why the budget went up under 6293.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 63, Governance, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Page 492. Same program, 063 Governance, except it's capital. And I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 63, Governance, Capital Expenditure, that the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, PS and the staff of the Ministry of Governance. Thank you very much for taking us through your agency. And we want to thank the Honorable Minister, in spite of the fact that she was one of the victims of what happened over the weekend. She was able to make it and take us through all the agencies in such an expeditious, efficient manner. Thank you. and now invite the Honorable Prime Minister and his team to join us as we go through the agencies and programs under the Office of the Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister and his team gets into position, let's turn to pages 52 and 53. Honorable members, we are at pages 52 and 53. Agency 02 of 021, current expenditure, and I propose that the sum stated stands part of the estimates.
6284 line item. Other,
Honorable
I
member, Mr.
noticed from
Van Tutten.
99 million to 200 million. And this is for goods and services to be purchased. What caters for that high increase? Where is he?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The figure mentioned is the increase is related to consultancies related to the gas to shore project that has spiked that subhead. Allocation caters to the hire of a consultant for Honorable Prime Minister, annual subscriptions, HRMS for OPM, payment for advisor consultant to the Office of the Prime Minister, purchase items, and the provision of support, again, consultant as mentioned earlier, to the gas to power plant and other facilities.
Honorable Member Mr.
Aggregation of that, especially that consultancy for the gas to shore this year. What will that be costing us?
Honorable Prime Minister.
My overall projection is likely to cost us $83 million for the year 2023.
Thank you. Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Kathy Hughes.
6262, overseas conferences and official visits. Honorable Prime Minister, I see zeros, and I would have thought there's a certain amount of travel that's part of your responsibilities. Could you explain that?
Honorable Prime Minister.
All overseas travel related to the Office of the Prime Minister is paid for by the Ministry of Finance, and that's why you see zeros there.
Okay. And again, honorable members, if there is a zero, we can't ask a question because you have to ask. Apparently, we got about 15 speakers in the House. I defer to anyone who would want to answer. Honorable member, yes. So if there is no money allocated, there is no question. Anything by zero is zero. Honorable member, Ms. Hughes.
6302, training. We see a fairly large increase. If you could explain what areas of training you refer to here and who are the recipients.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, bear in mind we had 240,000 last year. This year we're only asking for 600, and that's not a major increase. $600,000.
Honorable Member misused.
I don't think the question was answered. I was asking content, who, the areas for training, and to whom.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Professional staff development, effective communication, office ethics. Those are the area for training, and I have 200,000 allocated for each area.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member misuse.
Is that internal staff?
It's internal staff because this we're looking at is the Prime Minister's Secretariat, basically.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the Honorable Member Ms. Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the Honorable Prime Minister could indicate to the House the positions for which the 6 staff is not available under the 2023 staffing details, what positions they held.
Honorable Member, I'm just trying to sort of this staffing detail decreased by 6, right? So you want to know what was eliminated?
No, the positions held.
The positions held. But again, you know.
Well, Mr. Chair, it relates to 611 right through to 6117. So it's how I asked the question.
Honorable Prime Minister, there are 6 members less on your staff, and the House is asking if you can see the positions that those were. Other technical class, skill 1.
Mr. Speaker, should I bring the House attention? These are deficiencies in staff that you're questioning. It's not an increase in staff.
I'm asking the positions.
Right? And of course, we have the household worker, right? These are just
Don't go into details.
ancillary staff as far as I'm concerned.
There's a position. There's a position.
Household work.
Contracted, even the technical, that one listed on the
One household,
6113.
one data entry. 2 secretaries. And 1 office assistant.
Great. Thank you, Prime Minister. Seems you've got more efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Prime Minister indicate whether they will be filling these vacancies? Because I don't see a decrease in the total wages and salaries. And the amount here, I know take into account the 8%, but still, it does not reflect a decrease for those 6 persons.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Is the intention to fill the vacancies with the appropriate staff. Basically, we're sorting for the staff now.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
I was just asking the Prime Minister, you know, a lot of people send us applications believing that because we are in Parliament, we can help. Should I forward them to your office, sir?
No harm meant, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member could forward all the applications, and of course we
Thank you,
go through
Honorable
the process.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 021, Prime Minister's Secretariat current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. If we can turn to page 487. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Prime Minister's Secretariat capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable
Yes,
Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you, sir. Project code 1701000. Minor works, and I see that it specifies here provision for developmental, humanitarian, and other activities. And in the legend, it tells us mental, humanitarian, and other activities. And in the legend, it tells us that enhance human and social development. And it goes on to say developmental, humanitarian, other activities. Can the Honorable Prime Minister specify what are the developmental, humanitarian, and other activities this project code speaks to?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the question, this $10 million is controlled solely by the Prime Minister and is utilized based on the Prime Minister's prerogative. It is used to help many at the grassroots levels. Appeals are made, whether in writing to the Prime Minister or on behalf of people who may, want some assistance in setting up a small business and so, and the Prime Minister will provide the money. For example, we had the mudslide in Linden. We had the mudslide in Linden where 3 families were affected and they're in the process of rebuilding their homes. The Prime Minister graciously donated $3.5 million to that worthy cost. So basically, this is what is done with the money, and it's something historical, and it has existed and was utilized by many prime ministers before me.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 21, Prime Minister's Secretariat capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 54 and 55. Invite the staff to join Prime Minister. Honorable members, we are at Agency 2, Office of the Prime Minister, Program 022, Disaster Preparedness, Response and Management, Current Expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask two policy questions as I lead this agency. On looking at the performance indicators as seen in volume 2, page 29, there is an increase in the risk, or rather the level of response required and needed at the regional level when compared to the national response. So much so that the preparedness plans are implemented in the region 9 times more than in the implementation at the national level. Could the Honorable Prime Minister say if there are any major challenge as it relates to the channels of communication and in monitoring and the alarm systems, especially in the regions, especially 1, 7, 8, and 9?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I to understand, honorable member, you're asking if there are any communication challenges between the headquarters CDC and the regional
Yes. because-
democratic councils.
Yes, and how you monitor the warning systems when you have these.
Well, I can tell you often that wherever there are established communications, there's not an issue in terms of monitoring and communicating with those regions. Perhaps Region
good,
8.
Good internet and so.
Yes, perhaps I would say from experience, Region 8 from time to time will be more problematic than many other regions,
So
for obvious reasons.
Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Yes. Could you tell this August Assembly how much money was spent in the last year for the management of disasters?
Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings, just zero in on a line item and
Yes,
then
I'm coming
frame
to that, sir. I just want my last question on this policy.
Yeah,
Yes. Could you tell us
the
how much
general
was spent?
debate that we completed last week
Yes.
is intended for us to explore literally
Yes,
extensively and intensively
Thank you, sir.
our probing.
Thanks for the reminder.
But this
sir.
here is a bit more specific.
Yes, but could you tell us how much was spent per region under this disaster preparedness? Do you have that figure? How much was spent in Region 7, Region 8, Region 9? You have that information, do you? I know that Region 10, the Kokwani and the floods. How? Do you have it per region? How much money was expended per region?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we don't have the disaggregated sum by region, and I would ask we can always lay it over.
Lay it
for you.
over, also with their plans. I'll be happy for their regional plan as well. Okay, line item 6116.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Yes. I have noticed that the staff members are all contracted employees, moving from 25 to 34 to the tune of 69,077,000 to 94,071, an increase of approximately, I think, $25 million. Would you not want to build a cadre of members in the long term, to place in a fixed establishment rather than having these contract workers? Why contract rather than being on the fixed establishment?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, because of the nature of the work that they do, and historically, these were members that were paid by the Guyana Defense Force, and we brought them over to our payroll now.
So they're seconded?
So I wouldn't say they're seconded. We've taken them over, and we continue to have them as contracted workers.
Honorable Member.
Yes. Now, looking at the target indicators, because you have 34, would you say that number is adequate for disaster response, we're supposed in a timely manner within 72 hours? Do you have adequate numbers here of employees?
Honorable Prime Minister, 6116.
The critical area is the 24 hours monitoring, and these staff will do that. In addition to their work, we have volunteers and we have other agencies like the Guyana Defense Force, the Guyana Police Force, and so that we can pull personnel on to deal with a specific disaster. So I would say yes, for now this can work.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Dr. Cummings.
Could the Prime Minister state the top 5 employees with the corresponding monthly remuneration package for each?
Honorable Prime Minister.
The top 5 employees, you have internal auditor, monthly salary, 255,190. Warehouse manager, sorry, let me give you all the allowances. Duty allowance, $20,000, traveling allowance, telephone allowance, $10,000, vacation allowance, 255,190, yearly gratuity amount to $689,013. The next one is the warehouse supervisor with a monthly salary of $296,298. Vacation allowance, $296,298. Yearly gratuity, $800,005. Traveling allowance, $13,000. Uniform allowance, which will be, you have a uniform allowance here, but you don't have a total. IT officer, monthly salary, as information technology officer, monthly salary, $274,350. Yearly gratuity, $638,785. Vacation allowance, $274,350. Project manager, monthly salary, $227,174. Yearly gratuity, $613,370. Vacation allowance, $227,174. Administrative officer, monthly salary, $222,284. Uniform allowance, $7,280. Gratuity, $600,165. Vacation allowance, $222,284. Those are the 5 that are listed here. The Director General and the Deputy Director General, my understanding is both of them are seconded from the Guyana Defense Force. That's why I didn't mention their salary.
Thank you very much, Comrade Prime
Thank you, Honorable
Minister.
Prime
Thank you
Minister,
very
Honorable
much.
Member.
Yes, line item 6302. Training. Yeah, notice there's an increase of 4 million, moving from $3 million. That was revised in 2022, and now we've added 4 million to that, making it the budget allocation of 7 million for 2023. So for the trainings, do you have tentative dates and where the training will take place? Is there a training manual? Who are the recipients of such training? Will this training be in a classroom setting or individual mentor-directed setting, so to speak?
Okay.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The training will focus this year on community-based disaster risk management training in regions 1, 2, and 9. This is also the year when Guyana will be hosting, again, exercise Trade Winds, an exercise where many countries from the Caribbean and even as far as Europe, European countries will come to Guyana for the annual exercise, and CDC is responsible for the humanitarian assistance, disaster response aspect of that exercise. So they will be also conducting training with the other participating agencies, the Guyana Defense Force, and some other agencies in Guyana that will be part of that exercise. And of course, they will have to continue to build on human capacity by continuous training of their members of the CDC, and these trainings are done locally for the staff and also overseas training. In addition to that, there are 2 other areas that are important in terms of the training: warehouse facility management training and shelter management training. So there goes the money. And the intention is to establish a regional warehouse in Madhya, Region 8, and we have to train locals at Madhya to man that warehouse. So all in all, the effort is to enhance humanitarian relief efforts by decentralizing the necessary skill needed to man warehouses, man shelter, and to actually supervise and conduct operations during time of disaster, wherever it may occur in Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have understood you very much that it's more or less international because you have persons coming from the region, maybe Europe, as you said. But in looking inwards, was a survey such an important and topical issue? Was a survey done to assess the knowledge, attitude, and training of health professionals towards disaster management? As you know, there's a paucity of formal training in medical schools. Do you plan to maybe team up with the health science department, faculty of university to do like short-term courses to address this important issue? So not only, okay, the statutory thing of coming every year, you know, the trade winds and so, but in-house, do you want to develop our capacity here at an early age?
I can assure you that the Ministry of Health already have their well-established training programs. At the end of the day, what is important is the CDC is the lead agency during disaster. So they're responsible for coordinating the participation of other agencies during time of disaster. So the training at CDC is specific to the coordination and the operational level training, not necessarily for the specialized training that is offered, for example, like the Ministry of Health. It's more about manning the operation so we can bring relief to those affected in the affected areas, logistics management, shelter management, etc.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Dr. Cummings.
Yeah, 6292. 6292. Dietary. We were referring to, as you man your operations, this is what bulk purchase of non-perishable items or goods to be stockpiled in case of disaster. You have, you know, you tag off a set of, you know, bags and so to share. This is dietary. Could you? Is it for training or is it to put stocks to buy non-perishable goods?
Honorable Prime Minister. There's some 6292 listed here, 204,855,840 is specifically related to the hampers that are normally issued out as during times of disaster to those who are affected. Food hampers and sanitation hampers. But this specifically is about the food hampers.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
And the projection is that we will utilize this money based on our experiences over the last couple of years. This is a good amount to start with to provide for the entire year. Okay. This is a year when we expect the El Nino phenomenon to affect Guyana over an extended period, and there's likely that we will have an extended period of disaster-related interventions.
Last question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
6281, security services. Could you give us the name of the security? Apart from the CDC office in Thomas Lands, are there other locations that we have security services?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Sorry, I didn't get a question. Security
services, yes.
In terms of
6281.
facilities.
Yes.
In terms of facilities.
In terms of facilities, yes.
Yes. Region 9, we have a facility at Region 9 that requires the security service. So we have to pay for, we have to contract some agency to provide security in Region 9. We have also Georgetown, where we have to pay for security to another contractor. And, well, to Mary too, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Sir, two questions actually. First, could the Prime Minister just clarify the figure he gave to line item 6292, which is dietary, because we have a different figure in the book, and also 6294. Could you disaggregate that figure, please?
Honorable Prime Minister.
The figure in the book is 205 million. I think I said 204,885, which is just like about $15,000 short. my apologies. Yes.
Sorry, and I wanted you to disaggregate the 5.3 billion under line item 6294 order. If you can just not give specifics right through, but just give us an idea of what it is, and if it's too lengthy, kindly lay it over.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, is the question related to the 5 billion that we have this year or the money that we had last year? Well, that is a lump sum of money that is placed there to deal with disasters related to, not in terms of relief, but related to, for example, last year we had the farmers who were affected and therefore we had to give flood relief. So that money is there too. It's placed there, and based on if there's a disaster that we have to give like flood relief, that is where we'll get the money from. So the one before was related strictly to dietary, but this is related to flood relief.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. I think you said earlier that based on your experience, this is an adequate amount, right?
Mr. Speaker, this is an adequate amount, and the reality here is that we have to prepare, we have to plan and prepare. Every year we are affected by floods, and as I mentioned before, there's a projection for El Nino phenomenon to affect Guyana this year, and we have to be prepared. Unless we will fail.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 022, Disaster Preparedness, Response and Management, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. If we can turn to page 487, same program 022, Disaster Preparedness, Response and Management, Capital Expenditure. And I propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Dr. Cummings, the honorable member.
Yes, project code 2606400. Could you tell us the suggested date for the completion of the multipurpose building and the Bond and Thomas lands? And secondly, is this a new building or is it being retrofitted?
Honorable Prime Minister.
The first question is related to, I wasn't listening because
completion.
I was
Completion date, you have a projected date for the completion of the building, the Bond and Thomas lands that's being built?
December 2023. It's a new warehouse, brand new, built from the bottom up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 22, Disaster Preparedness, Response and Management, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. If we can now turn to pages 56 and 57. Deals with power generation. As the power people line up to assist the Honorable Prime Minister. I would propose a question that the sum stated for Program 023, Power Generation Agency 2, Office of the Prime Minister, current expenditure, and I propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Let's give the staff an opportunity to get in place so that Prime Minister will have his team ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much. Honorable Prime Minister, his team is in place. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 023 power generation current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable member, Mr. Mahipon.
thank you, sir. I didn't hear you propose, and I heard you put there, so my apologies.
Yeah, I proposed and we had a prolonged pause so that
Oh, my
the
apologies.
team
I didn't
could
hear
get
that
in
from the
place.
chair.
Go ahead,
Chair, I
honorable
see-
member.
Thank you. Chair, I see that overall there is a decrease in this program, which speaks to primarily 6321, and it really speaks to the various energy company or the power generation companies across the country. And I see that there is a reduction at Lethem Power Company from 237,680 to 126,973,000. I also see a decrease at Lynn Mine Community Power from 4,948,527,000 to 3,402,000,000. And there are some additional decrease, like I'm seeing one here from Mabaluma Power Company from 136 million to 49 million. I am seeing Madhya Power Company being reduced from 100 million to 84 million. I am seeing Sir Matthews Rich Power and Light Company reduced from 35 million to 24 million. And Port Kaituma Power and Light Company reduced from 128 million to 84 million. Is this, may I ask the Honorable Prime Minister if he can provide some guidance as to why these reduction, given that the consumption or the utilization of last year's money were extremely high compared to what is catered for now?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the question posed by the honorable member, if we look, we will see in the original budget 2022 for all the areas that he mentioned had a certain sum, and then we had to go for a supplementary provision that led us to the revised budget. There's a projection that the steep rise in fuel costs that led to that increase is likely to be a slight decrease in the cost of fuel. And therefore, the sums are projected here for 2023 is based on that indication that the price of fuel is likely to drop during this year.
Thank you very much,
The
Honorable.
increase was related solely to
Fuel
fuel
increases.
and the fact that fuel price is going to go down, and that is the prediction. Fuel price is going to go down in 2023, therefore we have less amount of money. It's basically the average between the low point and the high point that we ended the year in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Very rational position to take.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, may I ask the Honorable Prime Minister,
Yes, you may.
what was the cost for the fuel in terms of this projection that they have now projected this decrease? At what cost did they associate perhaps a barrel of fuel to get these projected amounts? Given that the Prime
Yes,
Minister
I
is
think
saying-
you've asked the question, and Prime Minister is just waiting for me to invite him to
Okay, sir.
put the question to him. Honorable Prime Minister, what is the cost of fuel you use in these projections?
Mr. Speaker, to answer the honorable member, we had reached a peak of some $210 per liter, and the projection is that it's going to drop to $193 per liter, and perhaps even lower than that during 2023.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable members.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 23, Power Generation, under Agency 2, Office of the Prime Minister, the current expenses. I now put a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates, pages 487 and 488.
Yes, Comrade Chair.
And honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 23 Power Generation capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I am noticing that under this power generation here, that speaks to all the agency there, speaks to basically increase or improved electricity distribution. Can I ask the Honorable Prime Minister at the Lethem Power Company, the Hinterland Electrification, and the others, what is the installed capacity at the moment? And given that we are speaking about improving the electricity distribution, what are they catered for in terms of the demand? What demand are they catering for? And if you can tell me first, what is the current installed capacity?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the honorable member at Lethem, we have several generators with different ratings. First, we have a Doosan number 10 with 550 kVA, a Doosan number 11 with 650 kVA, a Doosan number 12 with 650 kVA, a Doosan number 13, 750 kVA, a Cummins generator, 900 kVA, and we have a 1 megawatt solar farm. The upgrade mentioned is really to improve the network at that facility, and generally it will obtain for all the other locations too. Improvement of the network, because we satisfy that we have adequate generation capacity at present.
Thank you very much.
The issue is that as we go on, we will be converting from non-renewable to renewable. And that's why we have the program with the solar farm, which perhaps will come up afterwards.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Prime Minister, these generators that we have, first of all, are these generators the property of the state, or are they being rented?
Honorable Prime Minister.
All the generators are the property of the state, and they were acquired over a period of time. Each generator will have a lifespan, and for the planning purposes and purposes of efficiency, we try to acquire new generators before the end of the life of any particular generator. During the year 2022, we would have acquired several generators for the different locations, including Lethem. We acquired 2 generators for Lethem. As you can recall, the solar farm at Lethem came into operation in 2022. We have a similar solar farm that will come into operation in Bartica. This year, we have one under construction at Madhya. So I hope that answers the question of the honorable member, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can the Honorable Prime Minister confirm that that these generators what fuel are they using? Are they using heavy fuel oil or low fuel oil?
Honorable Prime Minister.
All our generators are using diesel fuel, standard diesel fuel, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, may I turn the attention to the gas, the power project? I see that's 26,10600.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, sir. Sir, $43,300,000,000 provision for power plant and associated facilities, USA. And in the legend, it tells me that this is to improve generation of electricity, caters for the construction of natural gas fired power plant and natural gas liquids plant at Wales, upgrading of transmission network, project management, consultancy, and supervision. Would the Honorable Prime Minister be kind enough to disaggregate those sums? Or that sum?
Honorable Prime Minister, that sum into the several sums.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member asks for a disaggregation of the sum. This year, we have a total of $43.3 billion, and the disaggregation is as follows. 33.672 billion will go for the engineering, procurement, and consultation, engineering, procurement, and construction related to the natural gas liquids plant and the power plant to generate the electricity. The project management consultancy, $968.092 million. And for the transmission lines, we have $8,659,159,000. $8,659,159,000. And that gives us a total of $43.3 billion Guyana dollars.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Oh, thank you, sir. Unfortunately, I don't have the raise hand feature, so sorry for butting in. Can the honorable, that same line here, sir, same line item, power generation gas to shore project. Can the honorable minister, the expansion network, sir, who will be executing this project? Because I see everything is financed this year.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Who will be executing the transmission upgrade?
Mr. Speaker, to answer the honorable member, we have that on tender and the bids are expected to close at the end of February.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, but I was trying to ask which agency would be undertaking this.
I think it's self-evident.
It's on tender.
The agency, this is executed under the Office of the Prime Minister, right?
The project could be doing transmission, could be a third agency.
Just help us a bit. We're asking for this money on the agency 02, right? Which is Office of the Prime Minister. And with respect to the execution of this by a firm that's out to tender, I'm trying to figure out what is the question being asked.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to ascertain if GPL, who will be primary distributors.
Honorable Prime Minister, any other information on the execution, partners, agencies, departments?
Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Prime Minister is responsible for this whole process. A few moments ago did mention that the tender is out and it will close at the end of February. And as far as I'm concerned, that's adequate answer at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the honorable member that we are committed to transparency. And as information becomes available, we will communicate to the general Guyanese public and certainly to the members on the opposite side of the House.
Thank you very much.
This is a project for all of us. All of us will benefit from this project. And Mr. Speaker, what is important for us is not just completing the project in the allotted time to have it ready by December 2024, but to ensure step by step transparency is maintained and everybody knows about this project. So that's my commitment to the honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
How many households did you provide to the tune of 171 million in 2022? And how many households do you plan to provide for in 2023 to the tune of 1,755 million with solar panels?
Thank you,
Honorable
Mr.
Prime
Speaker.
Minister.
To the honorable member, 30,000 households will be provided with the solar panel system, and we will start receiving the solar panels this year, during the second quarter of this year. We expected to receive 10,000, and we will distribute that 10,000, and for the rest of the year, we receive another 10,000, hopefully by the third quarter, and then the final quarter, a final 10,000. So it's our expectation that at the end of this year, all 30,000 solar panel systems will be in country, and they will be distributed in 200 hinterland communities. The whole aim is to bridge the energy divide. My ministry is responsible for bridging the internet divide or the ICT divide and the energy divide. And I wish to assure the honorable member that I will work overtime to ensure that both divides are bridged through the office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
Minister, my other question to you, could you kindly tell this House what is the size or what are the sizes of the solar systems that you intend to place in these households? And probably you can give us the wattage.
Honorable Prime Minister.
150 kilowatt. And I wish to assure you what that means, it is more powerful than the one that the last PPPC government had distributed to the same communities throughout Guyana. I know everything. I was in the GDF.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable
Mr. Chair.
Member, go ahead, Honorable Member Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, can I go to the small hydro project, sir? I'm not sure if it was answered. So under in the capital profile, number 4, provision of consultancy service administration and land acquisition. Can the Honorable Minister say which land is actually being acquired, and is it
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask if the honorable member could just repeat the question because
I'm looking in the legend. Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, could you just
power generation agency code 023 in the volume 3, page 31, small hydropower, description of project on the 4th item. Listed there, provision of consultancy services.
The last item, just 1 second, Honorable Member. Just guiding the Prime Minister, the last item, 621-0100, small hydro. Go ahead, Honorable Member, Mr. Pipes.
Yeah. In the legend description of project in the capital profile, it has provision of consultancy services, administration, and land acquisition. I was seeking the Prime Minister if he can say which land and what the cost that they are planning to acquire under this program.
Mr. Speaker, I rather suspect the honorable member is talking about the Kumu and Mokomoko small hydro project, and there's no need for land acquisition with those two projects. What there was a need for was for community engagement, and we would have done that as part of the project. The community welcomed these two projects. In fact, you can recall that we had already a functional hydro at Mokomoko. Unfortunately, that was damaged, so that one is being repaired, and the one at Kumu is new, and we had several outreaches, including myself. I visited both communities last year and had consultation with the residents there, and I can assure you that these two projects are most welcome by the residents in both communities. It will not offer only electricity to them, but during the construction phase, some amount of employment of locals will be available for the people who live in there. So again, it's one of the other people-centered projects that we're funding this year.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Yes, sir. And following up, I just wanted to remind the Minister that the communities of Kumu and Mokomoko signed off on those projects in writing since 2018. Just maybe not to note, you may not be aware of that. However, sir, is he saying that the legend is incorrect? Mr. Speaker. For the house, for the project entails. It says consultancy services, administration, and land acquisition.
Here, I wish to remind them that both projects were conceptualized by previous PCC government. So while they may have signed off on the project, fortunately for the people of Guyana, we have to implement the project, and we will do that. We're implementers, Mr. Speaker. The second part, the EPC upgrade of Mokomoko 0.7 megawatt and construction of 1.5 hydro plant, 1 million. $1,390,000,000 consult for and construction supervision for Kumu and Mokomoko hydro plant. PMU support staff, 8 million. PMU support staff, 5 million. The staff emoluments for clerk of works, technician, etc. And the one before was staff emoluments for procurement specialists. For maintenance of two of $1 billion Guyana dollars.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Henry.
Chairman.
Mr. Henry is on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2606600 Latin Power Company. I listened to the Prime Minister mention megawatt solar farm is included in the package there. And my question is that, is it working to its full capacity? If not, when will remedial work be done on? When will the consumers in Latam get a reduced cost?
Honorable Prime Minister.
This is a complementary system in the sense it works in conjunction easily earlier. So therefore, at its after cost of generate electricity. So what I can tell the honorable member, expect a reduction in what you're paying for electricity. Perhaps we may not necessarily what we pay now, unless, like happened in 2022, there was a huge increase in the cost of fuel. So it worked in your favor.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I want to go back to the project description in the legend that speaks to the small hydro projects. Now, this legend is guiding us that for this Mokomoko and Kumo project, that there will be land acquisition. That's what this document that was presented to us is saying, sir. The Prime Minister is now saying that there will be no land acquisition. So for clarity, is the document that we have before us misleading? Or will there be land acquisition? And where is this land located?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the honorable member that I have visited this project and there is no need for land acquisition.
Thank you.
What may have been written here, the updated position as of today, there's no need for land acquisition. If there's any sum associated with land acquisition, it means that it will become a savings now to the project.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. Members, I should remind you that we have 1 hour allocated for the office of the Prime Minister. We're exhausting that time. We have 8 minutes remaining and we have 2 more heads to cover.
Sir, we don't have any savings from the previous agencies?
Well, we are way behind schedule.
Sir, I have 2 other questions, please. Thank you. Sir, in terms of this 26,100,000, these solar panels for the 30,000 households, I heard the PM saying, the Honorable Prime Minister saying that it is for 30,000 households and it's 150 kilowatts or something. Better than the ones that were given to the previous communities. Are these going to be these 30,000 that we are now catering for going back to the same community, or is there additional communities? How many are the additional communities and where are they located? Not in terms of village, but in terms of the areas. They are the same areas that they serviced before and they're servicing again, or new areas with the areas that are already serviced.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I'm to answer honorable member, there are 2 questions he's asking there. The first one is related to the wattage. The previous solar system was 65 watts. This one is 150 watts. 150 watts, more than double the one. In relation to the distribution, 30,000, and I can assure you that the Office of the Prime Minister will be working with other ministries ministries, especially the Ministry of Armenian Affairs, to distribute the 30,000 systems based on a need basis. 200
Thank you very much, Prime
communities.
Minister. Thank you very much. So my final question, with reference to 402,400, can the Honorable Prime Minister say the completion of these solar mini grids, location of these mini grids, please?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Sorry, 402,400. Chair, I hope we'll be getting back our time.
Mr. Speaker, the 19 solar-powered mini CY in Region 1, Karaburi in Region 1, Barmita in Region 1, Kwebana, Region 1, Canal Bank, Region 1, Aimakab, Region 1, Tapakuma, Region 2, St. Monica, Pomeroon, Region 2, Mission Kapui, Wakpau, Region 2, Joe 7, Region 8, Anai, Region 9, Karasabai, Region 9, Kradanau, Region 9, Aishalton, Region 9, Rivers View, Region 10. 19, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Comrade Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I will now put the question that the sum identified for Agency 02, Office of the Prime Minister, Program 023, Power Generation, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Let me direct members' attention to pages 58 and 59. Program 024, Current Expenditure, Office of the Prime Minister, 024, Telecommunications and Innovation. I propose that the sums form part of the estimate. The Honorable Prime Minister and his team is in place. Honorable Ms. Hughes.
Honorable Prime Minister, 6261, local travel and subsistence. We see a very, very large increase. Could you explain if this includes travel across the region? Where? Maybe give us a little update on it.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the honorable member, the sums listed there are related to, yes, travel and subsistence for the Industry and Innovation Department. As you know, starting in 2022, they were on several outreaches, job fairs, and training programs throughout Guyana and it is our intention this year to ramp up the number of locations that we'll be visiting and conducting similar activities, because if Guyana is to really move forward, we need to have our people at the grassroots level knowledgeable about ICT. So we know that there are similar training activities in the Ministry of Education and other institutions, but this unit here will be traversing the length and breadth of Guyana, again, spending a lot of time, not only on the coastland, but going into the hinterland to conduct similar training, and that is the sole reason for the increase.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. 6291, national and other events. Could you give us an idea of those events? Are there events that are involving members of the private sector, young people, hackathons?
Mr. Speaker, certainly, I must compliment the honorable member for being right on ball in terms of the question, and I'm quite certain she's aware of the answer. However, Innovation Challenge 2023, this event is aimed at creating innovative solutions to issues affecting Guyanese and to foster the development of innovative products and our services. It will take the form of a hackathon where the country's best programmers will be working to develop world-class ICT applications that can be used to change the digital landscape in Guyana. The unit will be doing two such categories. One, export. This will involve senior coders, programmers who are already established in the field, and two, novice. This will involve junior programmers and will allow them to showcase their innovative ideas, and we have a budgeted sum of $2 million. And of course, as mentioned before, the amount provided in 2022 was inadequate, and as such, a sponsor has had to be solicited. In 2023, there is no guarantee that the unit will be able to acquire a sponsor. Also, the unit is looking to attract more teams and more highly qualified programmers. As such, there has to be an increase in prize money. Secondly, ICT Exhibition and Investment Forum. This activity will give corporate Guyana an opportunity to highlight the ICT products and plans for Guyana. This will be a collaborative effort with the private sector and other governmental organizations in Guyana. It is expected that this event will highlight the importance and heightened interest in ICT and will showcase Guyana as a possible ICT business destination. Apart from the exhibition, there will be an investment forum to attract more investors in the ICT sector. And we have $1 million, that is program. And then we have the ICT Roadshow and ICT Job Fair. Again, two other activities that are very familiar to the honorable member. And we have $500,000 for each area, giving us a grand total of $4 million.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable
Wonderful, Prime Minister, wonderful. 6302 training. Again, we've got a large increase. Can you say what type of training and for whom?
Advanced training workshops in animation, artificial intelligence, graphics, and cybersecurity. One advanced training workshop will be held in Georgetown for persons throughout Guyana. The content to be covered includes animation, artificial intelligence, graphics, and cybersecurity. And that will last for 2 weeks. And we hope to have 60 persons attending that training. And the total estimated cost, $4 million. Basic community level ICT training, introductory level training that will target all selected regions. Topics include introduction to computers, introduction to the internet and web, and Microsoft Office Suite. 1,000 persons we intend to train in that area in the year 2023, so cost of some $8 million. ICT innovation camps. These are specialized academic camps where children will learn to become innovators. Training in basic IT, animation, graphics, coding, programming, robotics, STEM, among other things, will be done. These ICT innovation camps will be held in Berbice, Essequibo, and Demerara during July to August, the 8 weeks when our children are normally home from school. And we intend to attract some 200 schoolboys and girls. And the cost, 2.5 million Guyana dollars. And then we have the Girls in ICT. This is in collaboration with the University of Guyana. And it will take the form of a girls' code camp, where girls will be trained in programming and coding. Again, we hope to attract 200 girls to this training, and it will cost some $2 million. Training of trainers, remote and riverine communities. There will be 3 training of trainer workshops for remote locations in Guyana. These trainings will look to train persons to become ICT trainers within their communities. We hope to attract 105 persons to this training, and the intention is to spend $7 million. And we have this special training will be held with persons who are blind using the JAWS software, and we caption that as job access with speech training. And we hope to attract 35 persons to that training and to spend $1.5 million. And that will bring us to a grand total of $25 million for the training there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, go ahead.
Thanks. 6322, subsidies and contributions to international organizations. Honorable Prime Minister, are there any regional or international organizations that your ministry, your office, or any of the project areas make regular contributions to?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while we have zeros there, we have contributions that we'll make to agencies like the CTU. Okay? Those contributions are ongoing. We're still members. We have issues in the sense that prior to taking office for extended period, in some cases 3 years, 5 years, no contributions were made. So we're a bit behind the curve, but all those contributions are handled through the Ministry of Finance, ITU, CTU, etc.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, go ahead.
Thank you. And you are a member still of those agencies, you're saying?
We are members, but in some cases, we're behind in terms of our contribution.
Yeah,
and therefore, that will affect how we participate in those organizations.
Thank you. Related to your general program performance statements, I noticed that quite a few of your important indicators have not applicable. Internet penetration into the hinterland, fixed broadband, and of course, mobile cellular. So I'm just wondering how it is that you measure the impact of what the ministry is doing without those indicators printed here and you know, generally being known.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that those are based on information published through the Bureau of Statistics.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable
But
Ms.
surely
Hughes.
for us to understand better and to be able to monitor your impact going forward, I want to make the recommendation that that information should be in here.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit that it's a very good point raised by the honorable member, and going forward, we will ensure we put systems in place to accurately monitor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now put the question, which is that the sum stated for Agency 02, Office of the Prime Minister, Program 024, Telecommunications and Innovation, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I'll direct members' attention now to page 488. Capital expenditure. Program 024, Telecommunications and Innovation, and I propose that the sum stated forms part of the estimate. Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. Honorable Prime Minister, 1219-100, National Data Management Authority. I'm wondering if you could disaggregate that, that sum. We know that it should be safe city, internet infrastructure, your national identification enrollment, but if you could just give us a breakdown.
Honorable Prime Minister.
The disaggregation will read as follows, Mr. Speaker. Provision for expansion of what was known as Safe City is now being expanded, so will become Safe Country. So we're moving from the city and we're moving out to other regions, starting with regions 3 and 6. And the sum there is $2 billion. And the next one is the EID, electronic ID system, to $2,205,000,000. And the third one is the provision of e-gate and border control systems, like our ports of entry, modernizing the entry and exit of our port of entry. $2,085,000,000. And upgrading of internet infrastructure, $321,590,000, and that will give us a grand total of $6,611,590,000.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Same number. Could you give us an idea of the software equipment?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Software equipment for which one, may I ask, Honorable Member? Because obviously you will have software for
same,
3 areas.
I think, yeah. For the same 1219100.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Well, let me explain. Under 12190, listed as a project, there are 3 sub-projects that will require software. I'm requesting if you could point me to which one you were talking about.
Well, I kind of wanted an idea of what type of software you were ordering for. I mean, if you want to give me the list after, but just a sense of what kind of software you're ordering for those, the 4 different areas we're looking at.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you have a number of software that will be utilized for these three sub-projects. You have the EID processing system software, you have ABIS biometric engine software, you have source code software, you have immigration police software, immigration police physical infrastructure software, on-site software integration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Ms. Hughes.
4502900, National Communication. Can you tell us a bit of where exactly is the network expanding into? Location.
Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that we're examining telecommunication and innovation.
That
we
is
haven't
correct.
reached
Telecommunication
to that
and
as yet.
innovation, 024.
Yes, sorry. I jumped the gun. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I will now put the question, which is that the sum stated for agency 02 program 24024 telecommunications and innovation capital expenditure stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I'll direct members' attention now to pages 60 and 61. Agency 02, Program 025, Government Information and Communication Services. I now propose that the sum stated stands part of the estimate. Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6284 other, if you could disaggregate that for us.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the disaggregation, as requested by the honorable member, training consultant for a 100-strong communication recruitment program for the state media and supporting media entities, $5 million. Procurement of consultancy services for the design and setup of a national digital infrastructure for the government public information sector, $10 million. Continued rollout and operationalization of the National Broadcast Academy, $20 million. Procurement of investment opportunities and international advertising, $15 million. External media exchange and resource sharing, $15 million. Subscription to digital communications network, $2 million. Subscription to publications, and that was the international publications, $2 million. Subscription to community-based groups for regions 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10,
Mr.
$5
Prime
million.
Minister, I don't mean to interrupt, but in the interest of time, I'm just wondering if you would be okay just laying that over?
Mr. Speaker, I already read it out, so.
Thank you very much.
Oh, if you've read all, then okay.
So should I continue? Yeah. Procurement of consultancy services for the development of standardized employment policies across the state media, $10 million. Procurement of consultancy and advisory services for the Department of Public Affairs, $40 million. Procurement of consultancy services for the development of audiovisual and developmental programs, $12 million. procurement of consultancy services for the design and rollout of a national mobile information campaign, 15 million. Procurement for research and development consultancy services, 5 million. Procurement of consultancy services for the Regional Broadcasters Summit 2023, 5 million. Procurement of consultancy services for the planning and execution of the 2023 World Press Freedom Day National Conference and Symposium, 9 million. And that gives us a total cost of $170 million.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable Member Paul.
Thank you, sir. Sir, 6321, there is a sum allocated there of $266 million for National Communications Network, and for the Department of Public Information, a sum of $331,540,000, all belonging to the taxpayers of Guyana, including taxpayers who support the parliamentary opposition. May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister if there will be space allocated to the parliamentary opposition to broadcast their information via NCN and Department of Public Information, and if the Prime Minister will be kind enough to say when those airtimes will be available.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, everything is available to everyone in Guyana to be utilized.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members,
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, sir. Sir, currently, as I said before, these are monies belonging to all taxpayers, including supporters of the opposition party. And all taxpayers contribute towards the financing and functioning of NCN and DPI. And right now, the opposition does not have airtime on NCN and DPI. I'm asking the Honorable Prime Minister, sir, what are the durations that are currently available for the parliamentary opposition to air their business on NCN and DPI, considering that these programs or these entities are financed by all taxpayers, including opposition taxpayers?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have a policy where it is available to all the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I don't think at this forum we should go down into the weeds, and forgive me for using that term, we're going down into the weeds to try to disaggregate as to who should get what in terms of hours or minutes or so. The policy remains, it is available to all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, I will now put the question, which is that is some Honorable Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chairman. Commissioner Chairman, line item 6284, orders. Could the Honorable Minister indicate to this House what has occasioned this sharp increase?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think attention is of essence here. I have just laboriously read out, based on the request from the Honorable Member Katius.
That is correct, Honorable
what has
Prime
been
Minister.
asked by the Honorable Member, Mr. Christopher Jones.
My apologies, PM.
Thank you very much, Honorable members. I will now put the question that is some stated. Honorable Paul, we are running out of time. We still have to go to capital expenditure. Go ahead, please. I'll allow one more question.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I was turning to 6116, contracted employees. Would the Honorable Prime Minister please tell this National Assembly the top 5 contracted employees, their designation and remuneration package, total remuneration package, please?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the top 5 employees. Number 1, Director of Digital Communication with a salary of $410,014. and a duty allowance of $40,000, traveling allowance $25,000, telephone allowance $10,000, entertainment allowance $15,000, yearly gratuity of $1,107,038, and vacation allowance $410,014. Number two, the Director of Public Affairs with a salary of $410,014, duty allowance $40,000, traveling allowance $25,000, telephone allowance $10,000, entertainment allowance $15,000, yearly gratuity $1,107,038, and vacation allowance $410,000 and $410,014. Digital communication officer salary $219,564. Duty allowance $10,000. Traveling allowance $15,000. Telephone allowance $10,000. Gratuity $592,823, and vacation allowance $219,564. Public relations officer $183,600. Duty allowance $35,000. Other allowances $15,000. Yearly gratuity $495,720. Vacation allowance $183,600. Technical officer, the salary of $325,309. Duty allowance $30,000. Traveling allowance $20,000. Other allowance $10,000. Gratuity $878,334. Vacation allowance $325,309. That's number 5.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. I now put the question, which is that the sum stated for Agency 02, Office of the Prime Minister, Program 025, Government Information and Communication Services, stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Can we move to page 488, Capital Expenditure, same agency, Program 025, Government Information and Communication Services. Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4502900, National Communication Network, provision for upgrading and expansion of network. Could you tell us a bit about that expansion, exactly what areas
Yes,
you're going into?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the disaggregation of the $125 million. Is that a question, Honorable Member?
Areas you're expanding into.
Oh, the areas we are expanding into. The areas we are expanding into: Port Kaituma, Keto, Kokwani, New Amsterdam. Those are new relay stations.
Sorry.
Port Kaituma, Keto, Kokwani, New Amsterdam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member Misuse. Thank you very much, honorable members. I will now put the question, which is that the sum stated for Agency 02, Office of the Prime Minister, Program 025, Government Information and Communication Services, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This brings us to an end of the Office of the Prime Minister. We'll now move on to thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister and team. We'll now move on to the Ministry of Legal Affairs. We'll allow the Attorney General some time for staff to settle in, and in agreement with members of the opposition through Chief Whip, Honorable Member Mr. Jones, we will allocate 30 minutes to the Ministry of Legal Affairs. I direct members' attention to pages 276, 277, and I now propose that the question that is sum stated for Agency 52, Program 521, Policy Development and Administration stands part of the estimate. Honorable Member, Senior Counsel, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to Program 521, Policy Development and Administration, under Capital, the project code, no, well, I have no questions.
I now put the question, honorable members, that Agency 52, Ministry of Legal Affairs, current expenditure, Program 521, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. So we'll go to page 522, Agency 52, Capital Expenditure, Program 521, Policy Development and Administration. I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimate.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to this item, Project Code 1201300, there is a provision for $4 million guard hut. Could the Honorable Minister provide a description of this guard hut?
Honorable Attorney General.
There is a wooden guard hut, sir, at the main building. It is in a very dilapidated condition. It has, it's a guard hut with lavatory facilities. It's made of wood, and it is now going to be made of concrete.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. I now put the question.
Follow up, please.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Can the Honorable AG give the dimension of this new guard hut that will cost the taxpayers over $4 million or somewhere thereabout?
Honorable Attorney General.
I don't have the dimension, but it's not only a guard hut, it's a lavatory facility.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, I know
It also has, I'm told, sir, some security apparatus, scanner, etc. with it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 5.2, Ministry of Legal Affairs, Program 5.2.1, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I will direct your attention now to pages 280, 281, Agency 5.2, Ministry of Legal Affairs, Program 5.2.3, Attorney General's Chambers, and I propose that the sum stated stands part of the estimate. Current expenditure. Honorable Member, Senior Counsel Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to item 6116, I observed that there's an increase in contracted employees from 13 to 29, an increase from 165 million to 267 million. Could the minister lay over the designation and remuneration packages for these employees?
Honorable Attorney General.
Lay over.
Mr. Ford is asking me to lay it over, so I'll oblige, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Senior Counsel, Mr. Ford.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to 6284, under the designation order, there's an increase from 225 million to 682 million. Could the minister provide us with a breakdown?
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, under this head, there are several activities for this year, including constitutional reform, $150 million, stipend for law reform commissioners, $20,657,000, public outreach and sensitization, $10 million, legal fees, $50 million, online library, $6 million, advertisement, $30 million, costs to pay in court matters, $30 million, consultation on the new arbitration bill as an ongoing process, $6 million. This year, sir, Guyana will undergo its mutual assessment at the CFATF under the AML-CFD program. $8 million is budgeted there. Work will begin, sir, on the establishment of a regional law school. $30 million is budgeted there. Contribution towards the complete revised laws of Guyana this year. We are doing the revised laws of Guyana from 2012 to 2022, December the 31st. We have $220 million set aside to that. We are also doing law reports from 2007 to 2020, and that's the publication of the book as well as online. So from 2007 to 2020, $95 million. The Ministry of Legal Affairs, sir, will continue to partner with agencies such as the Deed Registry, the Sugar Welfare Fund, and Lands and Surveys Commission to assist in land regularization across the country. $50 million is put aside for that. And then, sir, there is a $4,800,000 that is put aside for other miscellaneous expenses associated with these activities.
Thank you, Honorable AG.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, reference the Constitutional Reform Commission. A sum of $150 million put aside for that. Can the Honorable AG inform this House At what stage is the operationalization of this commission at currently?
Honorable AG.
Well, sir, the Constitutional Reform Commission Act was passed. The honorable member ought to know that under the Act, a commission has to be established. That will be done shortly. A building has already been secured and furnished, and a secretariat will have to be appointed to work along with the commission. As I said, furnishings have been acquired for that building already, and the building is rented. So as soon as possible, early this year, as soon as the president appoints, the commission will begin its work.
Follow-up comment, Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable MP.
Thank you, sir. May I ask the Honorable AG the location of the building and the cost in terms of rental?
It is the same building that is currently being used to house the Commission of Inquiry into the 2020 elections. The building has been rented for $750,000, and the rent will continue upon the conclusion of that commission, and it will move straight into the Law Reform Commission.
So, Commissioner Chair, one more follow-up, please.
Go ahead,
so
sir.
So by the conclusion of the COI into the election, we're expected to immediately begin the Constitutional Reform Commission.
Honorable AG.
I don't have a time frame, sir, but it will happen early. The Commission of Inquiry is supposed to conclude its hearings very shortly, and then a report will have to be written, but the building will not have to be used for the writing of the report. But these things are going to happen in the year 2023, as I said in my budget presentation.
Thank you, AG.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 52, Ministry of Legal Affairs, Program 523, Attorney General's Chambers, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We can turn to page 522. Same program, 523, Attorney General's Chambers, except capital expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 523, Attorney General's Chambers, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 282 and 283. Agency 52, Ministry of Legal Affairs, Program 524, State Solicitor. And I propose the question that the sum stated on this program, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put the question that the sum stated for Program 524, State Solicitor, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, page 522. Program 524, State Solicitor, capital expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 524, State Solicitor, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Let me thank on your behalf and my behalf, the Honorable Attorney General and his staff for taking us through that agency. Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. And we can now prepare for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. I We're in committee still, and we're going to just give the Honorable Minister a few moments to get in place. Is the staff of the ministry here? Minister's coming? Yes? Is it Her Excellency Elizabeth Harper, our head of the Foreign Ministry? I don't mind suspending. The problem is getting folks back. Okay, let's suspend for 15 minutes.
Speaker, we can move to the next ministry.
Just hold on one second. I'm listening to the Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence. And she's
Mr.
proposing
Speaker, I'm
that
proposing we move to the next ministry.
you see the challenge I have, Honorable Ms. Lawrence, is that if they while it was a decent suggestion, the issue was mobilizing the staff for the next ministry, which was scheduled for 8. And the staff may not have known that we are going right through. But thank you very much, MP Lawrence. I think in the meanwhile, we can ask those ministers and their staff who are scheduled for the rest of the evening if they can mobilize to get them forward. Great, thank you, Minister. Honorable members, if we can turn to pages 72 and 73. Okay, honorable members, it's Agency 12, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation Program 121, Development of Foreign Policy, Current Expenditure. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Walton Desir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, line item 6116. I note that there is an increase in the sum, and I note as well that there is an addition of about 13 persons to the list of contracted employees. I want to ask the Honorable Minister whether he'd be so kind as to indicate the designation of those additional persons and the designation of the top 3 persons in the category and their remuneration. And I want to ask if he'd be kind enough to lay that information over with us.
Honorable Minister, would you be kind enough to lay over the information?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The top 3 would be the advisor to the Minister, Foreign Secretary, and the Permanent Secretary. The
Thank you
increase
very
of
much.
13 staff members, employment of 15 staff, 3 who were transferred into the line item, 1 staff to program 2. We've had 1 resignation, which contract ended for 3 staff, and that gives you 15 plus 3 minus 1 equal to 3, 13.
Honorable MP.
Follow up on that, seeing that the Honorable Member would have proceeded. The designation of the contract that ended.
Honorable Minister.
1 senior foreign service officer, 1 senior personnel officer, and 1 communication assistant.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Walton Desir.
Mr. Chair, I want to draw our attention to line item 6261, local travel and subsistence. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage because I'd hoped to be able to ask questions on 6262, overseas travel and official visits, but there are no sums allocated there. So a little curious, seeing that he's the Foreign Affairs Minister. But I would like the Honorable Member to inform the House what comprises this local travel and subsistence. Where exactly is he going locally to deal with the development of foreign policy?
Honorable Minister.
For local travel, Mr. Speaker, we have a PR campaign that is meant to sensitize the people of Guyana, especially the bordering communities. So we've included that as part of our local and travel.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable MP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to draw our attention to line item 6264. There's a sum there of 810. Could the 6284, rather, sir, could the Honorable Minister provide us with a disaggregation of that sum?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Payment of legal fees, 535,300,000. Public diplomacy or public relations, population activities, 166,700,000. Diaspora engagements and outreaches, 50,300,000. Digitization of the ministry's records, 10 million. Bank charges for remittances to overseas missions and other operational expenditure, 37,700,000. And software applications, antivirus, firewall, Adobe, and client access licenses, 10 million. Gives you a total of 810 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 follow-up questions on that one. I heard the Honorable Minister refer to diaspora outreaches. I'm curious as to what does that entail? Does it entail you're traveling? Because again, I'm not seeing any amounts for international travel as the foreign minister. So I'm wanting to have an idea as to where your sums for your overseas trips are catered for.
Honorable Minister.
Very sad line item, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
So I'm to understand that your sums for traveling are catered for in other.
The diaspora activities are catered for under this line item.
And this includes your going or traveling overseas?
Overseas to various to various states and jurisdictions.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable
And
Member.
I'm on my feet. I'm really having difficulty understanding why it is budgeted for in other when there is a discrete line item dealing with the overseas travel, but I will move on. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw our attention to subsidies and contributions. 6322. Subsidies and contributions to international organizations. There is a significant increase, and I wonder whether the Honorable Minister could advise us as to what would have occasioned that increase.
Honorable Minister.
Speaker, it's due to an increased caters to the contribution to regional security system, which we've signed on to. It gives you a total of 156.4 million, and the increase is assessed contributions. The exchange rate and differences there where credit balances were fully utilized in 2022.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable MP.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to other, and I wanted to clarify with a follow-up. Are the costs for the attorneys who are currently representing us in the ICJ, those costs are catered for in this line item?
Honorable Minister.
It's catered for under legal fees.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Just a follow-up to my colleague Amanza's first question on the 6116 contracted employee. I did hear her asking about the remuneration package for the top three, but I didn't hear the Honorable Minister answering it. The advisor to the Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and some other person he listed. Can he be kind enough to say what is the total remuneration package for these three employees?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's another question because the Honorable Member did not ask that question. Just want to know the top three, but I can give it to
Honorable Minister. Please, thank you.
Just to clarify,
So
in fact, I did ask, but I had asked if you
Did
laid
you?
over, but
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear. So for the advisor, it's 1,072,307. Foreign Secretary, 808,920. Permanent Secretary, 751,140.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 12, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Program 121, Development of Foreign Policy, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 491. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 121, Development of Foreign Policy Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member,
I
Ms.
unfortunately
Walton,
am
DC.
at a disadvantage because my book doesn't have that number in it.
You're suffering a Mahipal moment.
I am having a Mahipal moment, I'm afraid.
Could
I
we
was
get
wondering, sir, who would have had it this time?
Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal, you made a comment. I didn't clearly get it.
Yes, sir. I was saying that I was wondering who is going to have it this time because all my pages are in order.
Yes, it's a bit, it moves around, it's contagious. Page 491. Program 121.
No
Honorable-
questions here, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 121, Development of Foreign Policy Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates, pages 74 and 75. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 12, Program 121, Foreign Policy Promotion, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Walton
Yes,
Dizzy.
sir, Mr. Chair. Item 6114, clerical and office support. I noticed there is a notable increase in the numbers of clerical and office support staff. Could the Honorable Minister give an explanation as to what occasioned this increase?
Honorable Minister.
The increase is consistent with the growing nature of our responsibility in promoting our foreign policy agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Walton Desir.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think if I press I'll get any more details, so we'll move on. Line item 628 for other. Could the Honorable Minister provide a disaggregation of that amount?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bank charges, 45 million. Public relations activity, 9,174,000. Upgrade and maintenance of the website, 19,266,000. License fees and other miscellaneous items, 30 million. Translation service, this is pertaining to the UN Security Council, 729,750. And insurance of diplomatic staff, residences, and chancery, 14,270,250. Gives you a total of 118,400,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, just to follow up on that, I noted that the Honorable Minister mentioned translation services in respect of the UN Security Council. I'm aware that we're making a bid to be a non-permanent member of that council. I wondered whether the Honorable Minister could advise the House as to whether, if he could indicate where, if not here, are the other activities that we expect that we will undertake in this bid. Where is that catered for? And what are those other activities?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You want the total as well, or just the activities?
Honorable Minister.
Campaign activities, 12,510,000. This is craft items. This is under program 1. We have another The other campaign activities listed, this is for tokens, banner, backdrop, receptions, 5,066,550. Meetings with GULAC ambassadors, 6,255,000. Translation service, same figure applies. Security Council report with regards to training, 8,340,000. Airfare for posting of temporary staff to the permanent mission in New York, 2,439,450. The accommodation for temporary staff, 51,457,800. Additional office space at the permanent mission in New York, 10,842,000. Utilities for the temporary staff, 2,168,400. Which gives you a total of 99,808,950.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Desir Walton.
Walton Desir, sir.
Walton Desir, sorry.
Mr. Chair, 6261. Local travel and subsistence. Again, I'm just curious for a disaggregation of this amount. What are the activities that we will be undertaking locally as it relates to our foreign policy promotion?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consular outreaches, accreditation of ambassadors, meals and accommodation, transportation.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Walton Desir.
Yes, sir. I want to draw our attention to line item 6111. There is a decrease there in administrative staffing, complement from 14 to 8. I wonder whether the Honorable Minister could explain to us what is the cause of that decline in staffing.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The increase is due to increase of 5 staff who were transferred from program 1 into this line item, 3 staff from program 3, and 3 staff were transferred out of this line item.
Thank you, Minister.
And
Honorable Member.
sorry, they were transferred to where? Are they now catered for under contracted employees, etc.? Where were they transferred to?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is regards to postings.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, honorable members.
Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Honorable
Chairman.
Member, Mr. Maki.
Thank you, sir. Sir, line item 6241. I see on the rental of buildings, the sum has increased hugely there. Are we renting additional buildings, and for what purpose, may I ask, in comparison to the sum that was paid for last year as rental of buildings?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Security Council bid that we're buying for is what is responsible for that increase.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Desir.
A follow-up on that. Exactly how is it responsible for the increase in buildings for rental? Are we hiring additional staff? Do we need to house more people?
I think I just explained it, Mr. Speaker. It would require temporary housing for those staff who will be posted.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 122, Foreign Policy Promotion, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 491, honorable members. And we are at same program 122, foreign policy promotion, capital expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Walton DC.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. We're looking at 1201440 buildings. There is a 525 provision for buildings. I'm looking at the description as well. Could the honorable member indicate, clarify the activities for which we are making these provisions? It's not very clear to me from the profile.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is for the completion of the building.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 121 capital, that's foreign policy promotion, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 76 and 77. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 12, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Program 123, Development of Foreign Trade Policy, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Amanza Dizu, Walton Dizu.
I'm confirming that we are on page 7677, right, sir?
76 and 77.
Yes. And I just wondered whether the honorable member could indicate what accounts for the decline in staffing complement there for the administrative component. Line item 6111.
Honorable Minister.
We moved from 14 to 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decrease for staff were transferred to program 2 to program 1. We've had 2 resignations and 2 staff were transferred to program 1 into the line item.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable MP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow up on that. Could you provide me with the designation, or this honorable house rather, with the designation of the positions that were that resigned? You said 2 resignations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 foreign service officer. No, sorry, 1 foreign service officer, 3 and 1 foreign service officer, 2.
Honorable MP.
Could the honorable minister indicate whether these foreign service officers were posted locally or whether they were posted to overseas mission? And could he also indicate this house whether these positions have since been filled?
Honorable MP.
All 4 were posted, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP.
I'm at a disadvantage. I didn't hear. I didn't.
Please repeat, Honorable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the 4 staff were posted. Posting means overseas missions.
Right.
She's a shadow minister.
I asked.
And I'm Speaker. Honorable
Sorry.
Member, Ms. Walton Dizu.
I had asked whether the positions have been filled. Are you confirming that those positions have been filled and that they're overseas? These are overseas positions and that they have been filled? Are you confirming that?
You mean when they, Mr. Speaker, when they're posted, if the positions locally here at headquarters have been filled?
Honorable Minister.
No, I'm talking about a resignation. Sorry, Mr.
Oh.
Chair.
No recruitment to date.
Honorable.
Thank you. And at what date did these positions become vacant? Okay, their resignations were effective from when?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have that information at hand. Can we lay it over?
Honorable MP, can the Minister lay it over?
We have no objection to them laying
Thank
it
you.
over. And when he is laying over that information, could he indicate how soon the ministry intends to begin recruiting to fill this?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
We're in the process, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member.
The honourable member said, Mr. Chair, that he's in the process. Could he indicate by what means has this process been initiated? Have there been internal advertisements for the vacancy? Has it been published in the newspaper?
Honorable Minister.
We have received staff from the Public Service Ministry, which is the primary, I should say, recruitment over the last year or two, because they are bonded scholars. So there is need to depend on them. So we have not done any advertisement to the general public.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 123, Development of Foreign Trade Policy, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 491 again. And this time it's same program, 123, Development of Foreign Trade Policy. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein capital expenditure. The sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 123, Development of Foreign Trade Policy, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, that concludes our consideration of the estimates for Agency 12, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Let me thank the Honorable Minister, Her Excellency Ms. Harper, Ambassador Harper, and the staff for taking us through that agency. Thank you very much. And we will now proceed with the Ministry, the Public Service Ministry, and invite the Honorable Minister of the Public Service, the Honorable Sonia Paran, and her staff to join us. As they get in place, honorable members, turn to pages 122 and 123. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 141, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Honorable Minister indicate whether any staff on the, either between 611 to 6117, have been tasked or assigned with planning, designing, or implementing any initiative to modernize the public sector?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. All the staff of the Ministry of Public Service contributes towards the modernization of the public service.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So can the Honorable Minister state if there's any current initiative or plan or design currently being implemented by all the members of the public service to modernize the public sector?
Honorable Minister.
As a matter of fact, we are looking at an e-governance structure throughout the public service. But in the meanwhile, the Ministry of Public Service is actually looking to have a software be installed that will be compatible with that when it comes on board.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable MP.
Clarification, is it that the minister is saying that software is going to be utilized and that software is going to be implemented and will cause this public sector to be modernized?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, because it will allow all of the agencies to be connected. And so you will have, for example, you will have Ministry of Housing, and we have that table in Parliament already with the single window. That's one way. So, for example.
Thank you.
Honorable MP.
Mr. Chair, can the minister indicate whether any staff have been assigned to formulate policies to strengthen the human resource management of the public service?
Honorable Minister.
We do have our Chief Personnel Officer who constantly would update herself, not only with that, but we are looking towards speaking with all agencies. She would usually do have her team available from the personnel and speak with all of the agencies. Then we come together and formulate.
Thank you, Minister.
Chair.
Honorable MP.
Mr. Chair, it's I have recognized that the department, well, the ministry is still using the word personnel. And I'm guessing that also means that it's a senior personnel officer, principal personnel officer. And in the move from personnel to human resource management, I'm wondering whether any policies that are going to be implemented to move the structure from a personnel management to a human resource management in the public service, not just the Ministry of Public Service, but throughout the public service.
May I ask the honorable member what line item she's referring to?
I asked the minister initially if there's any staff under the line items from 6111 to 6117 that will be dealing with this particular item. So
yes,
we're dealing with policy development, and so that is where we are.
On the staffing we are, and she did mention the number of headings we have from 611 to 617.
Well, what we have done in what we did, as a matter of fact, at the end of 2021, we conducted a training with CARICAD in collaboration with CARICAD and the UN. And I think the first step that we wanted to take was a change in mindset, because you can't physically change it without having the mindset being changed. So we have actually activated that already.
Honorable MP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the minister indicate whether any staff under the same line items have been assigned to oversee the administrative reforms across the public service?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, a team inclusive of the chief personnel officer and other personnel officers, have been working with teams in the different ministries and their personnel to overlook initiatives such as reviewing the job descriptions and so on.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable MP.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to line item 6284. On the other, there is almost a double increase from 3 million, to 6 million. Can the Honorable Minister state what caused this increase?
Honorable Minister.
So the ministry has included additional items in its 2023 budget for payment of advertisement, open tender for maintenance, capital purchasing of sanitary cups, floral arrangement, increase in cost for curtains, and other items.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
Mr. Chair, this is a double it's almost double what it was last year, and there is not I'm not seeing any rental of buildings or so this one particular ministry, and I'm trying to understand there's no significant increase in staff that would require this double amount that we're seeing here from 3 million to 6 million. So is there something specific that is happening that wasn't happening before under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
So the open tender wasn't taken from this line item last year, but it's put onto this line item now. That's one. And two, we have oversight now of the CIT staff as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable MP.
This will be the final question on this item. Can the Honorable Minister state if there are any particular policies that they plan to develop or update in 2023? I'm seeing in the indicator that there are plans for 5. Have they decided on what those policies would be that they would like to either implement or initiate this year?
Honorable Minister.
Well, as you know, since I have been in office from 2020 and continuous budgets, we have been looking at training, not only as in scholarships, but also through the training division and robust training. And we actually started for 2023 already, and we have reintroduced monitoring and evaluation started already. As a matter of fact, it's going to be starting in a week. But in relation to training, we will continue to update training as we see it relevant and priority areas become important throughout the sector, as well as the developing sectors, as well as every policy that we have started before will continue. So.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in the volume 2 of the estimates, this program 141, is the minister is saying to us that she intends to issue 8 circulars this year. May I ask the minister, what are the 8 circulars about that she intends to issue for this year under this program?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So as it becomes relevant, salary, vacation, employment, others on a needs basis.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 141, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we turn to page 499, Capital Expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 141, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 141, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Invite you, honorable members, to turn to pages 124 and 125. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 142, Human Resource Development, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's an increase in contracted employees, and I would like if the Honorable Minister, looking at 6116, could indicate those employees that were hired under this line item that created that increase.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The reason for the variance is due to employment of 2 senior training officers with a salary of over 200,000, and we have 1 student affairs officer and 1 clerk too, which was necessary.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sarabo Hali.
Line item 6302, training, and I am guessing that both goal and Government of Guyana scholarships will come out from this particular line item. So I'm curious to note from the Minister, can the Honorable Minister state of the thousands of scholarships that will be given out or were given out through the goal and Government of Guyana, what percentage of these scholarships will be or were to target the needs of the current public service and also the needs of the country?
Honorable Minister.
So with respect to the needs of the public service, 100% from the Public Service Ministry, and with the national needs assessment that was conducted, well, as a matter of fact, we do have an assessment being conducted officially now, but with what we have determined, 100% in terms of the gold scholarship.
Honorable Member, Ms. Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister stated 100% for Government of Guyana and 100% for gold. They're in the needs of the needs of the public service and of the country. Mr. Speaker, can the Honorable Minister state why it is that so many of the students that are coming off from scholarship or finishing their programs have not been able to be employed in the public service, even though they're supposedly meeting the needs of the scholarship program of the public service?
Well, Honorable Member, I really dislike having to answer this question because you were the Honorable Minister sitting there when those persons went on scholarship as well as the previous administration. And if I am to state here, the relevant and priority areas were not selected. It was done very ad hoc. So you had persons coming out, one where there were no vacancies available for their skill set. And so a lot of those persons, and where you did have areas in which you trained, you overtrained. So the people who are coming out now are not from this particular administration.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the Honorable Minister gave her a response. I have a follow-up question. So, I have looked at the current list of the scholarships that have been given out to Government of Guyana scholarships and the Gold scholarships, and there's not much change in those scholarships from what was being given out before. So if it is that the priorities of the government have changed and they will now find spaces for those scholars when they come off, why is there no significant change in the scholarships being given out?
Honorable
Well,
Minister.
I'm not certain what you mean by significant change, because the areas that we determined that places were not there to fill people, and as a matter of fact, the Vice President and myself held a meeting with those persons, and we consulted with them, those persons who are in agriculture and forestry and could not be placed. And so, we did hold a consultation with them, and we heard from them, and we worked along with them. But when you say significant change, I'm not sure what you mean, because there are specific areas which we found that we could not place that we took off the list.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Honorable Minister state which areas have been taken off the list?
Honorable Minister.
I need it. One second, Honorable Member. Just get my training manager. So agriculture, forestry, and international relations, and we limited some of the numbers in relation to some of the others.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
So even though there is a significant push from the agriculture minister that we're supposed to be food security wise and trying to increase our food security, the government has decided that agriculture is not the best place to do scholarships.
No, that is not so.
Honorable
As a matter of fact, we continue to do the Guyana School of Agriculture. We continue to do specialty areas such as food science and food technology and masters and things like that. So we are catering for where the areas are going to advance in agriculture.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ali.
I'm going to sit.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 142, Human Resource Development, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, can we turn to page 499? And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 142 Human Resource Development capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Han.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one question on this line item 2506-200, furniture and equipment. Can you, Honorable Minister, state where exactly which department will require the furniture and equipment?
Honorable Minister.
So we have, those will be the CAIT Center and the Smart Classroom.
Excuse me. Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 142, Human Resource Development Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I ask you to turn to pages 126 and 127. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 143, Human Resource Management and Technology, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is a reduction in employees, the contracted employees. Can the Honorable Minister state which designations they lost persons in 2020?
Honorable Minister.
1 personnel officer 2 who resigned, and a system development officer who resigned.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 143, Human Resource Management and Technology, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 499. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 143, Human Resource Management and Technology, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just would like the Honorable Minister to state what software is being acquired under this line item.
Honorable Minister.
Human Resource Management and Information System software.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 143, Human Resource Management and Technology, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through your agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And let us invite the Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs, the Honorable Member, Ms. Pauline Sukai, and her team to join us as we deal with the final agency on this, the first day of consideration of the estimates. And as the Minister gets into position with her team, I invite honorable members to turn to pages 130 and 131. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 16, Program 161, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I refer you to line item 6302, training and scholarship. My question to the Honorable Minister, could the Honorable Minister provide a breakdown of the training and the scholarship offered? And I would like this in relation to the different regions and the specific institutions to where these scholarships are being offered.
Honorable Minister, you could remain seated if you want, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 6302 training, this line item caters for training of staff, which will include the CDOs and Tushao training.
Thank you, Minister.
It's not scholarship, it's training. It's Tushao training, that's training in the Amanian Act, CDOs training throughout the year. We usually provide them with months of training so that they can better execute their work.
Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question. Could the Honorable Minister provide a detailed breakdown of the numbers of CDOs in the different hinterland regions, Region 1, 7, 8, and 9? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
We have 24 CDOs. I don't have the breakdown here with me, but we can provide it to you before the session is over.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings-Williams.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Line item 6116, contracted employees. Observe that there is an increase by 5. Could the Honorable Minister give us the designations of the 5 persons that are added? 6116, contracted employees.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the 5 employees will be project coordinator, the deputy permanent secretary, the program coordinator,
Please bear with the Minister. I think she was one who
deputy
is now well over
permanent
the weekend.
secretary, regional coordinator for community development in Region 1, and the ministerial liaison to the NTC.
Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings-Williams. Minister, if you may have to speak directly into the mic.
Thank you, Minister. 6284 other. Can the Honorable Minister tell us what this line item entails? 6284.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister, go ahead.
6284. It caters for the increase, caters for the repair to office furniture. Items like photocopying, for the binding of documents, advertisement of bids and vacancies, purchase of fuel drum, payments for services for drivers and porters fee, transportation, and this relates to the transportation of tractors. Over the year, we've been distributing and delivering tractors, so these expenses come out of here.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Henry.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes. I heard the Minister 6116. I heard the Minister mention that one of those contracted employees is a regional coordinator. Now, is this for Region 9? And if so, where is his office in Latham? And is he a part-time worker or a full-time worker? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
He or she?
Yeah, he could be a she.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The regional coordinator for community development is in Region 9. And Mr. Speaker, he's stationed at the RDC.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
The question
Henry.
wasn't fully answered, Mr. Speaker.
Repeat that for me.
Is he full-time worker or part-time worker?
Honorable Minister.
The employee is full-time.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, just whoever supervises have a good look at that worker's working.
Thank you for the,
Thank you.
thank you for the caution, Honorable MP. Honorable members, I now put the question.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Follow-up question on line item 6284. The Honorable Minister did mention that the delivery cost for tractors comes out from this line item. Could the Honorable Minister provide the number of tractors delivered thus far and how many the ministry is intending to provide in this year's budget?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I did not get the second part of the question, but so far the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs has delivered 145 tractors to various villages across the 10 administrative regions, and more particularly into the hinterlands, 1789.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
The other half?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The second half of the question was, how many tractors is the ministry intending to purchase and deliver to these indigenous villages for 2023?
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do not have any tractors budgeted for 2023.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Thank you, Minister. Listening to you, I asked a question about 6284 other, and you said that you're going to use some of those monies to repair tractors, attain vehicles, if I heard correctly, and also to repair computers, printers, etc. Would it not have been wise for you to budget it under office equipment, materials, and supplies? And we also have 6264 vehicle spares and service. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Not with you. Sorry.
Honorable Minister.
Just for clarity, Mr. Speaker, the allocation under this head, and I will repeat, it caters for, according to my information, it caters to repairs to office furniture, photocopying, binding of documents, advertisement of bids, vacancies, purchase of fuel drum and hose. This is to put in tractor fuel when they're taking it up. Logos for the vehicles, payment of service for those drivers and porters that come to uplift the tractors, fees for transportation of the tractors, labor for transporting the capital purchases. You know, we buy quite a lot of capital items during the year, and we have to transport them out to the villages.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will now put the question that the sum stated for Program 161, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 500. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 16, Ministry of Agrarian Affairs, Program 161, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Chair. Line item 2406700, land and water transport, provision for vehicles, ATVs, boats, and outboard engines. Could the Honorable Minister state to us how many ATVs she intends to purchase, how many boats, and how many outboard engines, and where would they be?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I am reliably informed that there's only 9 ATVs that will be purchased under this program, under 2406700, land and water transportation, program 1. Because we're actually justifying program 1 at the moment, not program 2.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Ms. Hastings Williams.
Thank you. I did ask also, where are you going to place these ATVs?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the ATVs will be placed in Region 1, 2 in Region 1, 2 in Region 7, 3 in Region 9, 4 in Region 9, and 1 in Region 8 and 1 in Region 10. These will be supporting the work of the CDOs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you,
Hastings
Minister.
Williams.
Line item 1214500, building. I see you have allocated 42 million for the construction of stores and revetment. Could you give us a location where you're going to build the stores and revet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The central store will be constructed at Liliendal within the compound of the student dormitory, that location. And the revetment is to revet the trench around the Amerindian residence in Princess Street, so as to avoid the deterioration of the